In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your support. If you can hit the like button on your way in while you're here, double tap if you're watching on your phone. It's There's so much flim flam and bullshit going on in politics right now. All of these antics and red herrings and dumb shit that's going on in this administration on a daily basis. Who can bother to keep up with the dumb shit? Let's talk about some things that, that is not getting a lot of attention in America that will affect you and how you live your life. And if you've learned something new today, hit my goals. Hit me up in my goals, because that is my goal for doing my show. My goal for doing my show is not to beg you, to cash out you for things that I should be purchasing in my real life. No, my goal is to give you information that does affect you and how you live your real life. If you're watching on my phone, I really hope that you go back and watch on a larger device where I have clipped different things that you may need for your survival in the real time, in these times, as there are expected food shortages as early as July of this year. I really hope that you understand that I'm not here for me. I'm here for you, okay? I'm here to give you information that I have been become privy to, information that I have read, that I have seen, that is being ignored in mass media. We're going to talk about these data centers today. Can we talk about these data centers today? Can we talk about more and more of these CEOs of these data centers are trying to come into more and more cities as if you can't do anything to stop them? Let's talk about, there was a city in Missouri, of all places. I've heard of people from St. Louis, and they're totally airheads and dingbats. So I was surprised that a city in Missouri has put on their books, their law books, their laws for their city, that there cannot be any data center bought into their city. Now, um, I would say it's curious, but no, it's not curious. They found out about the data center that was supposed to be put into their city under it was approved under a NDA situation, and then they found out about it, and then they ran the data center out of their city. You know, um, while your for-profit media is not telling you about that story, your for-profit media talks about data center as it's a foregone conclusion. They're trying to uh, naturalize these data centers being in your community. In your community, did you ever notice that they talk about it like, oh, it's a done deal. We need to incorporate this into our everyday life and living. They talk about the data centers, but they don't talk about the damage that it does to you and how you live your lives. They don't talk about the fraud that's going on in these data centers that is collecting your data without your permission. You got a whole couch loving JD Vance propped up on some fraud commission, but he has announced all types of bullshit against blue states. But has JD Vance advanced any ideas of who he's going to be investigating in Doge? Is Elon Musk has Elon Musk been called under any type of investigation after we understand that these Doge guys, well, if you had any sense, you already knew that they had no idea what they were doing. Half of them were not even college graduates, and half of them, more than half of them, were under the age of 25, had never worked in government. So how are you going to spot abuse in an area or an arena that you never worked in? A lot of them were on some, he met through some hacker competition that he had. So if you didn't understand that these people didn't know what they were doing, they were putting, I played clips of their depositions. If you haven't seen the deposition of the Doge guys, when it's some uh, fine arts association sued them because they took all of their funding away. If you haven't watched those depositions, you need to watch those depositions, because one of the Doge guys, these are very Elon Musk. He brought in great people. These people who collected all of your social security information, all of your treasury information, all of your health information. Yes, these people. Elon Musk has a lawsuit going on right now in Colorado. Elon Musk uh, claims in his defense that he should be able to discriminate by race because that's his First Amendment right. Now, says the complaint says that Elon Musk cannot discriminate against race in as far as healthcare, as far as jobs, and as far as healthcare, jobs, and one more area. That his AI, that they want to bring Elon Musk AI into Colorado. But Colorado said, no, well, if you bring it in, you cannot racially discriminate against healthcare, against people getting jobs, and one more area. I forget. Elon Musk said, no, this is my constitutional right. So Elon Musk wants to put in AI that he says he has the constitutional right to discriminate against you about your race. And what race were they talking about in particular? Of course, they were talking about black people. So, are we aware that they are trying to set up a whole AI system that will fit you with a job? That's how they try to put it. We will AI will go through your resume and they will fit you with a job that matches you. Uh, so if you're able to discriminate by race, will you be getting a job at all? Or what job would they figure matches you? Now that we know that we had a whole bunch of preteen, pre-adolescent, no, post-teen people sitting up there on DOJ that didn't even understand what DEI was. That couldn't even enunciate to the prosecutor who was questioning him, what is DEI? Whatever the president said it was in his PO, whatever the president said it was. Well, I can't say what it is right now. I would have to look at the PO, the EO, the executive order. I have to look at the executive order. In DEI is whatever the executive order said it is. Well, how since you cannot tell us what is DEI, how are you going through these agencies and determining if they were using DEI? How are you pulling back grants for these programs, these government funded by Congress government programs? How are you pulling back this money from these programs? Well, they were using Chat GPT. They used Chat GPT and they put in key words. Now, this administration, since JD Vance is so concerned about fraud, is Big Balls being investigated for fraud? Are these idiots that have their whole deposition out here showing you what fucking fools they are? But they have all of your fucking social security information, and one of them said that he's going to take it to his new job so they can go through the social security data and find out if the 2020 election was compromised. Yes. Is there a fraud investigation about a person saying out loud that he got all of your social security data and he's going to take it to his new boss to see if there was some fraud committed in the 2020 election? Now I ask you, was that DOJ's job to do? Is that why DOJ was giving access to your social security information? Huh? But where's the fraud case on this shit? And let's talk about more investigations. The DOJ, Todd Blanche, who was the attorney for your president, who lost I don't know. I do believe he was also the attorney for the E Jean Carrol situation. Don't quote me. But he definitely was his personal attorney under those 34 felonies that he was found guilty of. So you have Todd Blanche is now investigating E Jean Carrol, the one who won something around $88 million for your president essaying her and continuing to malign her in the public while he was making public appearances, maligning her and all of this type of stuff. He was had to pay damages for that. He had to pay damages for that, and he lost the case. And with the total of that, he had to pay in the realm of $88 million. Now he has gone through all of his appeals, all of his complaints that he has put forth to the courts. Now it's time to pay the pauper. Now the time is up. And when the time is up to pay, what has happened? none other than his personal attorney. Now, I'm not going to say he's the interim DOJ uh, secretary. I'm going to say Trump's personal attorney, because that is exactly what Todd Blanche is sitting up here acting like. Now, his personal attorney, Todd Blanche, is suing and has an investigation into not suing, has an investigation into E Jean Carrol to see if she lied in her court case or deposition or something therein. Is that his job? Is that his job? Is what I want to know. Are the Doge kids being investigated about if they have or have not lied in any of their inferences about cuts to the federal government that made over 300,000 Black women lose their jobs? Is there an investigation about that? What else? What else am I going to talk about today? But mainly, we are definitely going to talk about these data centers. Okay. Let me see. Did you know that there has been some type of law that is close to passing that will allow your 401k plan to be emptied? Did you know that? Are you aware of that? Well, if you're not aware of that, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how Larry Fink of BlackRock said that you will be made to change. You will be forced to change. And some of these things that are going to force you to change is the fact that Larry Fink and his company BlackRock is the private equity firm that handles most of your retirement, your 401k plan, all of these union funds. Now, they have since they have ruined the economy so poorly, since they want you to believe that the stock market is going so well, they need to infuse more money into the system. And where do they plan to look to get this money from? They plan to look to get this money from all of these pension funds and all of the funds that they are control of. Now, why is this a problem? Because they already done fucked off their own money. So what is going to allow them to fuck off your money? You know, they talk about millions and thousands as if it's pennies. They want to talk about billions now, you notice, in this administration. And the only billions that matter is the billions that they are tacking on to the American debt. But they don't want to talk about that. They want you to believe that the stock market is going fine as more and more people are drowning in debt. More and more people are having to max out their credit cards to live. What's going to happen now? What's going to happen when you have maxed out your credit card, and what's going to happen the month after that? They're talking about in millions and billions and the stock market when more people in the United States are in foreclosure than ever. What are they going to do? What are they going to talk about to keep from talking about? More American citizens are getting their cars repossessed than any time in this country's history. What are they going to talk about when they talk about that? And what is your president doing to help these people? What are the jobs reports? They're dead. That's what they are. They're dead. As you hear all of these data center CEOs talk about getting rid of jobs and replacing jobs with AI, they still say this out loud, as they know the job markets in the United States is totally flat. What are well, we know they ain't gonna say nothing about the fact that the unemployment for Black people is at an all-time high. How is that? How is unemployment for white people at 3 point something percent and unemployment for black men is at over 7%? Are they going to say anything about that? No, they want it that way. Did you not think that they wanted that way? While you had black raccoons out here telling you how good that the Trump policies was for his black ass personally. The same dumb black raccoon who works government contracts. And the first day that Trump came into office, he allowed for if you work under a government contract that you can be segregated from white workers. Have you heard from that raccoon since then? Have you heard from any of these big mouth raccoons who told you how good Trump policies would be for them? I'm just curious. Okay. We're going to talk about how Larry it says Larry Fink is talking about allowing access to your 401k to be gambled on in the stock market. Now, usually, that is what your money in your 401k savings does anyway. However, they have to be they just can't throw your 401k out on no motherfucking dice table. They can't just be willy-nilly with the investments that you make in your 401k. If Now, I know a lot of people are not even familiar with what is a pension. I know a lot of people are not familiar with, well, I've never had a 401k plan. My job has never offered it because that is the norm. Now, that is the more of the norm for you to work jobs that don't even offer you a 401k plan in the United States of America. That's the norm. For a majority of the working class people in the United States, they have no pension fund. They have nothing. But if you have a 401k savings plan, there are tiers of investments that you can choose to have your fund invested in. They are low tier, low risk, and they are higher tiered, higher risk. But none of the tiers are very extremely riskful that they will take all of your money. Let's be real clear on that. So they want to change that. Larry Fink wants to change that. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about all of these tech guys who have been telling you that AI is for your safety. You know, they can put anything over on you guys if they tell you it's for your safety. We're going to talk about that. Hold on one second. I will let you hear them talk about it in their own words. Hey, Very Carrie. Hey, Footsteps. Hey, Detached. Hey, Jill's Comfort Zone. Let me see. Who else did I miss? I apologize. Hey, Fred Shields. Hey, Silky Black. It is good to see you again. I haven't seen this name in a long time. Who you talking about, Silky Black? I knew you were talking about Silky Black. Silky Black, you've been missed. I have not seen your name in a long time as well. Yeah, Very Carrie has refined her chat her chat her chat her you have refined your chat list. There are some people on the list, some people off the list. Foot Soldier, did I say Grand Rising? Grand Rising. Detached said, wow. I don't know what she's saying wow to. I was talking so long before I decided, remembered that I had not spoken to you guys. So um, let me get into some of the things that I really, really wanted to share with you guys. The list of people, the chat list is the list of people's chat that you find it. Find that you will waste your time in or spend your time in. That's the chat list that I'm speaking of. The list of chats that you will allow to yourself to go in. That's your chat list. And the ones that have been struck off, that's your chat list. Every list is different. So here are where are my glasses? I can't see nothing. Oh, let me enlarge this. How about that? Y'all know I am half blind. I think I may have to break down and get some glasses. Not those little readers. I may have to get glasses. Because God knows. I bought a pair of readers. Girl, I can't even read nothing in them glasses. If they more blurry, I can't even I can't do anything with them. Some of these readers I can't walk in. I feel like I'm drunk if I have them on, and I'd be like, "What's that? Oh, I got these glasses on. Let me take these glasses off." Do any of you guys have that problem? If you wear readers and try to get up and walk, and you be walking all funny like you drunk or something, but then you realize that you got on them fucked up readers. Now, there have been some protests about these data centers. You may or may not know, but what you also may not know is that your government is trying to uh, like many things in this government that a lot of people don't know about. Your government is trying to make it illegal for you to protest data centers in your area. Did you know that? Is your for-profit media telling you this? Like that city in St. Louis, not St. Louis, in Missouri, that forbids data centers from coming into their city. Did you know that there is a big push to make protesting data centers illegal? So the things that they want to make illegal, I'm going to let you listen to some of the creators talk about what their AI is able to do. They're trying to have zero regulations on AI, but I want you to listen once again to what AI is doing. I talked to you about the damages that it is doing to these data centers are doing to communities around this country. The water shortages, the well water that is being ruined by the building and the sustaining these data centers. The impact that it is having on communities that have been there for decades. I've talked to you about that. I just didn't talk to you when more. I've been talking to you about that for since I think since after the election. Since after the elections. This isn't brand new information. This isn't brand new information. I talked to you about the Brownsville, Texas, how it has been ruined since Elon Musk decided to incorporate his own town instead of giving jobs to the people when he presented his X plant to be taken to Brownsville and exclaimed how many jobs that they were going to build. He totally gated off not real gates, but technically he gated out out his community that of the land that he needed to take, and then he incorporated it into its own little town. They don't have to do anything for Brownsville. I talked to you about the Facebook data center that was being built. And from the time that data center was being built, people's well water was turning rusty. Now, a week or two ago, AOC finally dragged her ass out there. She finally got the news about this story. I don't know how she's sitting up in Congress, and she finally got the news. So she bought 2 things of water to Congress and talked about the data centers and how they were ruining the water. Well, thank you for finally catching up to the facts of what is really affecting the lives of the American citizens that is being allowed to go unchecked because it is billionaires who is doing the AOC. And well, shit, I can't even fault you for that because you are really the only one who's done it. Are we going to talk about the woman who was arrested for putting a post up of her dirty water? A woman who was living near a new data center that was being built, and they arrested her. Yes. If you're not familiar with it, because she took a picture and posted it of her dirty water coming out of her sinks. Well, you may not know this then. Let me share this little story about you, what Congress is up to. New Intel Bureau eyes AI data center critics. So they have a new intelligence bureau that is going to be looking at you and seeing if you are a critic of data centers, if you did not know. Let me share this with you. If you didn't know, let's get into this. None other than Ken Klippenstein is making this report. You know, Ken Klippenstein is one of my favorites. So let's get into this. Here we go. Yes, it is sharing. Let me exclusive. New Intel Bureau eyes AI data center critics. Congress has its own CIA and is something and is sounding the alarm about anti-AI grievances. Now, who is this? Congress. Congress has set this up. So if you think you're going to be out here protesting these AI data centers, Congress is trying to put together something that will forbid you from protesting against AI data centers. As rage about artificial intelligence and the data centers powering its grows, Congress is taking notice, not with any legislation or law, but by spying on public opposition. A newly created intelligence agency of the Congress, yes, it has its own agency now. Intelligence, Congress has its own intelligence agency now. Yes, it has its own now. Is warning that that legislators are in danger from an angry public. So instead of being up on Congress and doing their fucking jobs, they are watching people in the protest because they feel like they are in danger. But see, but they're not seeing that the people that put them in Congress don't want this. The people that they have been sent to Congress to represent, they do not want these data centers in their area. They're not responding to that. They're responding to, if I sit back, I can't sit back in the cut and not say anything, and I will have no retribution. But they're trying to say that their lives are going to be in danger. So therefore, the people who don't want this in their communities, these communities that sent me here to represent their interests, I feel I'm in danger. Can you imagine? As they sit on their ass and do nothing. And now they want to say that they're in danger. Instead of saying, I see that my constituents see that they are in danger of these data centers. So I am going to do whatever it takes to keep my voters happy, to represent my voters, not my own self-interest. That's what they're doing. They're trying to represent their own self-interest in sitting up in Congress and doing absolutely nothing to help their constituents, to represent the needs and the wants of their constituents that have their fucking stupid asses sitting up in Congress. There's an election in November. I hope you guys go out and vote because while not all congressmen and not all senators are up for election, the status quo has really got to go. Excuse me, I had to drink a little coffee. I apologize. A newly created intelligence agency of the Congress, yes, the Congress has its own now, is warning that legislators are in danger from an angry public. The U.S. Capitol Police Intelligence Service Bureau, created after January 6th, and in parallel to the 18-member executive branch intelligence community, laid out the warning in an internal intelligence report produced in April. IBS has prepared this intelligence note to provide the U.S. Capitol Police and law enforcement personnel with information related to recent threats and attacks likely linked to grievances concerning data centers, the report says. Here's the report. Here's the receipt. If you are not familiar with Ken Klippenstein, what did I tell you he always comes with? He comes with receipts. This link is going to be in my description box. Is all the links that I share with you. So you can know where I get information, and you can get information as well. And if you are going to get any information, I really, really hope you go to Ken Klippenstein and get that information that comes with these receipts. Okay. A data center motivated shooter highlights potential threats to public officials, industry leaders supportive of expanding development. Let me see. Scope IBS has prepared this intelligence note. Let me enlarge this. Hold on. Scope IBS has prepared this intelligence note to provide the U.S. Capitol Police and law enforcement personnel with information related to recent threats and attacks likely linked to grievances concerning data centers. Information in this document may fall under First Amendment protected activity and is only reported to safeguard individuals and to support the mission of the U.S. Capitol Police and law enforcement partners. Now, it can't be both. It cannot be both. This may be a First Amendment protected activity. First Amendment is your right of freedom of speech. If you don't know what First Amendment is, they're telling you that these people that they are telling you that could be possibly linked to some type of activity, some type of nefarious activities. They're clearly telling you two different things at the same time. This is what you're going to see is First Amendment protected activities, and then they're going to imply it is only reported to safeguard individuals to support the mission of the U.S. Capitol Police. First Amendment activities? And how is that going to further the mission of the U.S. Capitol Police and law enforcement partners? Information contained in this paper is current as of April 17, 2026 at 10 o'clock a.m. It is subject to further analysis and revisions. Oh, really? So you can't even say if the shit on this is actually true. There is only one problem. Let me see if I can clip on the file. I can clip on the file. Let me see. No, I can't clip on the file. I want to see what's in this file. I don't want to download it. It's a PDF file. If you want to download the file, you're more than welcome to. There is only one problem. The report admits that there is no evidence of any actual threat to Congress. The U.S. Capitol Police is not investigating any data center motivated threat to members of Congress, the report says. Nonetheless, it goes on to warn that artificial intelligence related policies introduced on the Hill and in local communities are likely to continue drawing opposition, increasing potential concerns for public officials. So it's bullshit. They have developed a whole investigation apparatus, and they tell you that it is about you using your First Amendment rights, and they cloak it under a cloud of, oh, you may be in danger. What did I tell you? That you tell some white people that this is for their safety, and they will do any fucking thing. Any fucking thing. If you cloak it under, oh, this is just to keep us safe, they will do anything. Let's continue. Okay. The Congressional Intelligence Office that authorized the report was formed in the aftermath of January 6th and justified to bring the Congressional Police Force in line with federal intelligence agency and thereby gain more access to the massive existing intelligence community. The intelligence note was also distributed by police organizations and the state level fusion center across the country. We now have a world-class intelligence operation, then Chief of the U.S. Capitol Police Thomas Manager said last May. We are significant players in the intelligence community in the Washington, D.C. region, and frankly, all over the country. Whereas before, we were consumers of information. The FBI would give us intelligence. Other agencies would give us intelligence. Now we are gathering our own. To protect your elected officials. Your elected officials need to be protected when they do nothing about your concerns about these data centers going up in your community. So therefore, here rides in the Capitol Police to collect information about protesters against data centers. The motivation for the report appears to be an attack on the home of Indianapolis City Councilman Ron Gibson. I haven't heard about this. Gibson, a supporter of a local data center project, reported to police that someone had fired 13 gunshots through his door and left a note on his porch that read, "No, no data centers. No subject has been arrested." So, he ain't got no Ring cameras. None of his neighbors got no Ring cameras. Is there any evidence that this really happened by some undisclosed individual? When did this happen? Okay, I don't know. I had never heard of it. The intelligence report reveals that the Intelligence Service Bureau is monitoring social media content critical of data centers, looking for potential threats. Well, if you're looking for potential threats, wouldn't the data center itself be the potential threat to the community? Why aren't you looking what is threatening the people? But they are looking for the people who don't want billionaires to collect and harvest all of their information and ruin their soil, their environment. This is what they're looking for. This is the threat that they are looking for. Are they looking for anything to protect you? No, they're not. Okay, I just want to give you that information. You can be damn sure that there are thousands more rounds where this come. Wait a minute. You can be sure that there are thousands more around where this comes from. And if you keep voting for data centers, we will all begin returning to the early days of American freedom and express ourselves via violence over words, one user posted. Threatening the politicians who actually make decisions is actually logical, another social media user post. I would rather shooters shoot up the Senate than a high school. Ooh. Neither of these comments represents any actionable threat, the Capitol Police notes. Well, why are they noting it at all? If it's not actionable, why are they noting it? The report also summarized crimes associated with data centers, including one committed over 5 years ago. One example is that search of Self Pendley, who was arrested 5 years ago in 2021 and charged with attempting to blow up a data center in Northern Virginia. Virginia has the most data centers in the United States, if you are unaware. The Capitol Police, I showed you the video of these people who live in the community where they decided to build one of their data centers. They have a humming noise 24/7. Sometimes you can't even hear the birds over the constant humming noise. Birds have migrated from the area because of this humming noise 24/7 coming from this data center. If you didn't know about that. So it's not just water pollution. It's actually noise pollution as well. And how can we will never forget the air pollution that Elon Musk has been emitting in Memphis, Tennessee, by illegally using a 33 what time is it? 33. I want to say carbine engines. 33 engines to power his XAI in Memphis, Tennessee, without a permit. One engine which could light up a whole city after a natural disaster. He's using 33 to power his grok and never bothered to get a permit, and is emitting all of this poisonous gases into a black community in Memphis. Okay. Let me see. Congress. Wait a minute. The Capitol Police connect him to Congress by noting that at some point he claimed to have bought a sawed-off assault rifle into D.C., but left the weapon in his car before proceeding to the U.S. Capitol building, but not entering it on January 6th. Well, he should be. Did he get pardoned? Was this somebody who was pardoned? Pendley is incarcerated 600 miles away from D.C. in Terre Haute, Indiana. Ooh, Terre Haute, Indiana. I heard that they have. I used to watch those prison things that they used to do on MSNBC, and they went into a Terre Haute prison, and it was ghastly. It was some otherworldly type of bullshit. Some old ass prison with a whole lot of white folks in them, a whole lot of white supremacists in them, and these people were uncivilized. What is clear is that data centers have become a overwhelmingly unpopular issues for American voters. A Gallup poll from this month found that 7 in 10 Americans oppose the local construction of data centers for AI. Their concerns range from environmental pollution to the increased utility prices generated by data center water and electricity use. Now, I would be remiss if I did not show you the same bitch who was going around towns lying about how Meta data centers would not increase their water and utility bills, and then she showed up representing a closeted Jeff Bezos data center that they had approved under the cloak of an NDA, and the town found out about it, and then here comes this lying ass bitch and said no, well, it's not gonna cost you anything more in your electricity bill. And then somebody stood up and called that bitch out by name and said, you said the same thing when you were out here lying about about what Meta would not do, and it actually did increase the cost of utilities in that town. And then she didn't deny this. She sat down with a like, oh, I'm busted look on her face. If she had a whole cartoon, I'm busted. Oh, they busted me. Y'all remember that when I showed y'all that? Yeah. She said it would not increase your utility bills, and she said she stuck in something like, it's just going to be a regular utility cost. But see, that's what increases your utility bill, because they have to go in and retrofit and change up the ability for your electric company to actually supply electricity to these data centers. And what do? Do they charge the data center for their retrofitting their grid? No. They spread it out to all of the users. So they plug into your utility system, and then when your utility system has to go in and fix something to accommodate them, you got to pay for it. You're paying for your own demise. And they tell you, oh no, we're not. That's your utility company. That's just regular upgrade and upkeep of your utilities. That's what they tell you. As your utility bills skyrocket. Okay. What is clear that data centers have become an overwhelming, unpopular issue for American voters. Gallup poll said that 1 out of 10 don't want them. Their concerns range from I read that. 7 in 10 Americans oppose local construction of AI center. Overall, would you strongly favor or somewhat oppose or strongly oppose AI or AI technology in the U.S.? Strongly favor, only 7%. Strongly opposed, 48%. Somewhat opposed, 23%. Somewhat favor, 20%. March 18, 2026. The Intelligence Service Bureau report briefly touches on these concerns and more. Identifying possible government use of AI spy on American environmental impacts, rising energy costs, and loss of jobs in certain industry as a reason why Americans oppose their construction. The report does not examine why activism regarding AI and data centers is anything other than free speech. So they understand that you absolutely have the right to have your opinion and voice your opinion. So therefore, they want to say they want to consider you some type of threat, but they can't say you're doing anything wrong. That isn't that apropos for all of these secret agencies that they are starting in this Trump administration, that NSPM 7, talking about you have to be You can't be too anti-capitalism, anti-Christian, anti-traditional American family. You cannot have some type of views about uh, gender affirmation and all of this type of shit. Or if they consider you under any of these class of people, you could be determined to be a domestic terrorist. Yeah, under this administration. All of these little things. Now, how come there's no big broad outpouring about this information in your for-profit media? Because your for-profit media has been bought up by billionaires. Because your FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, who came out here and said, we can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. And telling Disney that they must fire Jimmy Kimmel. So that Ellison and his son could get their Paramount could get their I think I don't want to say it's Paramount could get their deal to buy a whole swath of entertainment. So therefore, they are acting like gangsters. I think it was Paramount, whatever. So they could do their merger in Skydance, that Skydance merger. And so you got the FCC chair talking about we can do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. A whole bitch who looked like he got his ass kicked all his life. Now he want to sit up here and act like he's Tony from the Sopranos, talking about we can do it the easy way. Power corrupts, absolutely. Power doesn't just corrupt. Sometimes power absolute corrupts. If you got this motherfucker sitting up here talking about we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way, where do you think that your interest lies in this administration? And would they actually have the audacity to come out and say some shit like that when it is nothing hard about this little bitch boy? He can do nothing the hard way. But he has power. Power over you. Okay. Grasping for evidence of increased criminal dangers. The report dedicated a full page to threats made against OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, who is neither an elected official nor within the purview of the Capitol Police. So why are they talking about Sam Altman? We're going to talk about Sam Altman. I don't know why they're talking about Sam Altman. Altman blamed the attack of indecency news media coverage, writing in his blog that I have underestimated the power of words and narratives. In other words, AI leaders like Altman sees the problem as one of the controlling what the public says. Now, Sam Altman, of all people, want to control what the public has to say. Congress now is in the intelligence business and responding by focusing on the threat of the American public rather than the threat to the American public. So this is what I want you to know when you go and vote. This is why it pays to be informed of who you are voting for and what agendas that they are upholding. This is why it's very important. Excuse me. Thank you. Let me see. Hello, Sabah. It has been a long time since I've seen you. Data centers paying off the municipal leaders to pass laws on city and town level, and most states don't regulate them. Exactly. We played a clip of Kevin O'Leary, the from the Sharks Tank fame last Tuesday, and Kevin O'Leary was sitting down talking to Tucker Carlson. I don't watch Tucker Carlson. I don't entertain these races that got 45, 47 reelected to office, but now I don't highlight them in their bullshit because what I do know is as soon as they have another person to put their strength behind. Tucker Carlson was the one who kept on and kept on promoting the lie that the 2020 election was stolen. Tucker Carlson actually was on the cheerleading squad for this same man to be reelected. And now we are supposed to, well, at least they're coming around. They kill me. Well, you have to accept these people who are Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm not highlighting Marjorie Taylor Greene. What the fuck I'm gonna highlight her for? Because she didn't know fat meat was greasy until it started melting on her ass, and her sons couldn't get health care insurance without it costing them an arm and a leg. So she don't get no kudos for doing what the fuck she's supposed to do. I'm not highlighting Candace Owens. That she actually sat down with Hunter Biden and did an interview with him and apologized for all of the shit that she said about him. I don't give a fuck about that shit, bitch. You ain't apologized to black people for when you worked for what is that get up she worked for? Uh, uh, what is that? I forget what's the name of that you didn't apologize for all the shit that you said about black people and the black community. You ain't apologized for none of that shit. Why I give a fuck that you and Anna Kasparian, both of you dumb bitches, are sitting up there who say the most egregious shit about your own party that are the reason why people went over and voted for Trump, but you have not atoned for that shit while you are trying to put it in pretty words while Anna Kasparian comes out and said, I must admit it. I was wrong. I was wrong. Well, go sit your ass down then. Go sit your ass down because there's nothing that you personally can atone about this. And now Candace Owens and Anna Kasparian are sitting down with each other. You have not atoned. You cannot atone for the damage that you have done. You cannot atone for the number of black people who are now unemployed under this administration. You cannot atone for the racism that is happening in this administration. Hey, Leonard. Good morning. It is good to see you. Hey, Red Wings. It is good to see you. The Turks are attempting to rehabilitate Tucker Carlson, a racist. Exactly. Every fucking day. Who did Candace Owens work for? Benny Johnson? Not Benny Johnson. She worked for Shapiro. Hold on, let me see. And they fired her ass after she did all the bidding, talking poorly about black people. But then when she wanted to talk about the Israelis doing a whole genocide in Palestine, they threw her ass out on the curb and tried to blackball her ass. But now we supposed to give a fuck that she see the light? We supposed to cry for this bitch? the fuck out of here. She apologized to Hunter Biden. She ain't apologized to the whole black community. As she forgot that she played a victim and had the NAACP do a successful lawsuit because she was being harassed for her being a black woman. But then she came out there and told the line for racism against her own people. And has not never once apologized for that. Okay, let me see. Where am I? Okay, let's get into... Hold on. Let me add this. That's where I was. Let me add this to our my link. Congress and AI. This is where you will be able to find that article in my description box. It will be under Congress and AI. Okay. Please go over, and you may want to join. It's free. You can join for free. Ken Klippenstein, a very informative man. Now, where do I begin? Let me see. Let's start with Larry Ellison, shall we? Can I remind you about what these heads of AI has to say about what they have in store for you? Let's get into it. Now, Larry Ellison wants a whole AI surveillance on you, and he's not ashamed to tell you. Let me. Okay, here we go. All of these are going to be under AI CEOs.
It's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person, whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever we need to take control of the situation. We have, same thing. We have drones. If there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop, a drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple.
Okay. You just have a drone follow the car into what end? What is the drone going to do after it follows the car? To what end? I'm very curious. There is a thing that was used in Palestine called Project Lavender. If you're not familiar with Project Lavender would do in Daddy's Home, these were AI that had no human input, that was allowed to work based upon whatever data that it fed itself, and it would follow Palestinians' homes. It would hunt out Palestinians, and while they're trying to act like AI is such a perfect machine, we know that AI is not a perfect machine. Look at the number of American citizens who have been arrested based upon some company, some agency using AI, and AI has identified you wrongly as someone else. There have been a lot of people who have been arrested under AI saying that this person was actually the wrong person. And the police actually, you can have your own, I will give you an example. You can actually have your ID and the police will still arrest you because AI said it. It doesn't matter about what your documentation, your ID, anything says. No, AI said it, so you must be arrested. When the drones catch up with the car, what are the drones going to do? Because what Lavender and Daddy's home did, it took the lives of these people. And some of the people's lives were taken just because they had the same name of someone that they were searching for. The same name was people with the same name were killed over and over and over again. Well, if you killed them once, shouldn't that take them off the list? So are you going to if it's 1,000 people on YouTube named Very Carey, must all 1,000 of the Very Careys go because you're looking for one Very Carey? I'm just curious. What the fuck is the drone going to do after it follows you, Ellison?
And the new generation of autonomous drones. The police will be on.
And let's not forget that the autonomous drones is the reason given for them not be the Pentagon wanting to use AI autonomously, and the creator said, no, you cannot use my AI autonomously. You can use my AI, but you cannot use it autonomously, nor can you use it for mass surveillance. And Pete Kegbreath got so angry that he wanted to sanction basically that company and say that it was a bad company, and help that company get bad publicity because he wouldn't allow him to use his AI during this Iran war autonomously. What does the autonomous drone does? It kills people without any human input. This is what your government is up to, wants to do. And let's be clear, who allowed this to happen in Palestine? Under what company? Palantir. Palantir is in every branch of your government right now. Let me make sure you heard all of Larry Ellison.
Their best behavior, because we're constantly recording. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person, whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever we need to take control of the situation. We have, same thing. We have drones. We just, if there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop. A drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple. And the new generation of autonomous drones. The police will be on their best behavior because
everybody's going to be on their best behavior. This link is in my description box. This is the man whose son has bought up all of a large swath of media, including CNN. So why Why does your for-profit media tell you about all of this AI? You know, the AI that says out loud that they're going to take your job, because the mass media is trying to keep their own job. So therefore, they cannot be informative and tell you and discuss anything about their masters, because they're trying to keep their job as they ignore how your jobs are going to be attacked. Let's be real clear about that. These people are, the dangers of these billionaires is not being talked about. So I just wanted to let you hear from their own mouths what they have to say about what they have in store for you with their AI mass surveillance and people. He said it's unimpeachable. What is unimpeachable? You cannot impeach once these drones start following you, and then what? Uh, well, if the drone is following you, it's unimpeachable because hey, you're a criminal. It has been proven because the fact that the drone is following you. So therefore, hey, what comes after that is the part that he is not telling you. Well, let's go a little further. And who could forget this? Let me share with you this. Let me share this with you. Share with you this. Let me share this with you. Just in case you didn't hear him the first time he said it, let's go back into this one right here. I think the 14-minute mark is where I want to start with this. All of these links are in my description box. I think the 14-minute mark.
There probably are a lot more risks you can take. There are a lot more risks the researchers can take. Culturally, what I imagine it looks like is early modernity, where people, they thought we would cure diseases. They thought we would have radical life extension. Immortality was part of the project of early modernity. It was Francis Bacon, Condorcet. It was, and maybe it was anti-Christian. Maybe it was downstream of Christianity. It was competitive. If Christianity promised you a physical resurrection, science was not going to succeed unless it promised you the exact same thing. But I don't know. I remember 1999, 2000, when we were running PayPal. One of my co-founders, Luke Nosek, he was into Alcor and cryonics, and people should freeze themselves. And we had one day where we took the whole company to a freezing party, a Tupperware party. People sell Tupperware policies at a freezing party.
They sell their. Was it just your heads? What was going to be frozen?
You could get a full body or just a head.
The head was cheaper.
It was disturbing when the dot matrix printer didn't quite work, and so the freezing policies couldn't be printed out. But in retrospect, this was still
technological stagnation.
Understand? Peter Thiel is the one who has some crazy little notion that you can combine software into your body. This whole notion that you can become a hyper human by combining your body with parts of some type of computerized model. Let's hear. Now I took you to his little private place in Honduras, where they are doing just that. Where this whole community he has that doesn't have to follow any FDA laws or any laws that the Honduran government has. The only laws they have are the laws that they have created for themselves. And what are they doing? They have a whole scientific wing up there where they are implanting all types of computerware into their bodies. One guy showed you, I put this in my hand and I can open my Tesla door. Something as stupid and so I can open my Tesla door. And now there has also been a report that says something about some 90-something-year-old man routinely comes up there with his grandchild, a young grandchild, and does some type of blood transfusion. These are the reports that have come out. That does some blood transfusion because he's trying to live forever. These are the types of experiments that are going on in Peter Thiel's little private world. Andracius, I believe is the name of it. We talked about that already here. They are doing a whole lot of unregulated scientific shit to their bodies already. Implanting computer devices into their bodies. He's going to go on to tell you that he feels that I'll let him tell you. Because you're not going to believe it. He's going to say that being a drag queen or a trans woman is something like what is going on today with being able to use computers. He wants to take it to the let me let him tell you this dumb shit.
Once again, right?
But it was, but it's also a symptom of the decline because in 1999, this was not a mainstream view, but there was still a fringe boomer view where they still believed they could live forever, and that was the last generation. And so I'm always anti-boomer, but maybe there's something we've lost even in this fringe boomer narcissism where there were at least a few boomers who still believe science would cure all their diseases. No one who's a millennial believes that anymore.
I think there are some people who believe in a different kind of immortality, though. Right now, I think part of the fascination with AI is connected to a specific vision of transcending limits. And I'm going to ask you about that after I ask you about politics. Because one of the striking things I thought about your original argument on stagnation, which was mostly about technology and the economy, was that it could be applied to a pretty wide range of things. And at the time you were writing that essay, you were interested in seasteading this ideas of essentially building new polities independent of the sclerotic Western world. But then you made a pivot in the 2010s. So you were, one of the few prominent, maybe the only prominent Silicon Valley supporter of Donald Trump. In 2016, you supported a few sort of carefully selected Republican Senate candidates. One of them is now the Vice President of the United States. And my view as an observer of what you were doing was that you were basically being a kind of venture capitalist for politics, right? You were saying, here are some disruptive agents who might change the political status quo, and it's worth a certain kind of risk here. Is that how you thought about that?
Sure. There were all sorts of levels. I mean, one level was these hopes that we could redirect the Titanic from the iceberg was heading to, or whatever the metaphor is, really change course as a society.
Through political
maybe
change.
a much narrower aspiration was that we could maybe at least have a conversation about this. When someone like Trump said, "Make America Great Again," okay, is that a positive, optimistic, ambitious agenda, or is it merely, a very pessimistic assessment of where we are, that we are no longer a great country? And I didn't have great expectations about what Trump would do in a positive way, but I thought at least for the first time in 100 years, we had a Republican who was not giving us this syrupy Bush nonsense, and that was not the same as progress, but we could at least have a conversation. In retrospect, this was a preposterous fantasy. I had these two thoughts, and in 2016, and you often have these ideas that are just below the level of, your sort of consciousness. But the two thoughts I had that I wasn't able to combine was, number one, nobody would be mad at me for supporting Trump if he lost. And number two, I thought he had a 50-50 chance of winning. And then I had this implicit.
Why would nobody be mad at you if he lost?
It would just be such a weird thing, and it wouldn't really matter.
Okay.
But then I thought, he had more. I thought he had a 50-50 chance because the problems were deep and the stagnation was frustrating. And then the fantasy I had was, if he won, we could have this conversation. And the reality was people weren't ready for it. And then, maybe we've progressed to the point where we can have this conversation at this point in 2025, a decade after Trump. And of course, you're not sort of a zombie left-wing person, Ross, but this is.
I've been called many things. Peter.
I'll take whatever progress I can get.
So, from your perspective the kind of investments in the future that Silicon Valley wanted, is that wrong?
Yeah, but we have to go back to this question of, how well is the science working in the background? This is where, the New Dealers, whatever was wrong with them, they pushed science hard, and you funded it, you gave money to people, and you scaled it. And, whereas today, if there was an equivalent of Einstein and he let project is talked about, let's say cancer research, a moonshot in the 60s still meant that you went to the moon. A moonshot now means something completely fictional that's never going to happen. Oh, you need a moonshot for that. It's not like we need an Apollo program. It means
and we're not necessarily in the stage where you're looking to the Trump administration to do the Manhattan Project, to do the moonshot. It's more like populism helps us see that it was all fake.
You need to try to do both, and they're very entangled with each other and actors, and so yes, it's all.
But you've personally stopped funding politicians.
I'm that, so yeah. In some ways, you're clearing the field, and then.
But you've personally stopped funding politicians.
I'm schizophrenic on this stuff. I think it's incredibly important, and it's incredibly toxic. And so I go back and forth on
incredibly toxic for you.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. He's not saying no, he hasn't stopped funding them. He's trying to be slick. He's gonna continue to fund the ones that he thinks that he can personally manipulate, who has a large pool, a large audience, a large swing. But funding losers like J.D. Vance, I think that he understands he will never get his money worth back out of J.D. Vance.
Personally?
For everybody. everybody who gets involved. It's zero sum. It's crazy. And then in some ways,
because everyone hates you and associates you with Trump. Like how is it toxic for you personally?
It's toxic because it's in a zero sum world. The stakes in it feel really, really high, and
you end up having enemies you didn't have before.
It's toxic for all the people who get involved in different ways. There is a political dimension of getting back to the future. You can't, I don't know. This is a conversation I had with Elon back in 2020. Elon stopped believing in Mars. The capitalist U.S. government, the woke AI, it would follow you to Mars. It's tech project, but as a political project. Mars was supposed to be a political project. It was building an alternative. And in 2024, Elon came to believe that if you went to Mars, the socialist U.S. government, the woke AI, it would follow you to Mars. It was the demise meeting with Elon that we sort of brokered. He was doing DeepMind.
This is an AI company.
Yeah, this was the rough conversation was, Demis tells Elon, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I'm building a superhuman AI. And Elon responds to Demis, well, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I am turning us into interplanetary species. And then Demis said, well, my AI will be able to follow you to Mars. And then Elon sort of went quiet. But in my telling of the history, it took years for that to really hit Elon. It took him till 2024 to process it.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't believe in Mars. It just means that he decided he had to win some kind of battle over budget deficits or wokeness to get to Mars.
What does Mars mean? Is it and again, it's...
What does Mars mean?
Well, is it just...
Mars was supposed to be some utopia for the ones that they wanted to allow in. And I noticed that this motherfucker keep going back to this wokeness. Like, how in any way, shape, or form has wokeness become anything negative when they cannot even define what wokeism is? They cannot define it. Everyone that wants to always talk about woke, they have a different meaning. Maybe some of these racist white bastards should put it in the Webster's dictionary. What woke is, because all of my life it has never been bad to stay woke, to stay alert to what is really going on. That is all what is it means to stay woke, to understand and to watch and understand everything that is going on around you. So how is that bad? Oh, that's bad because Trump likes the ignorant and the dumb voters. That's why being woke is such a bad thing. See, because people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and all of these people who are telling you about woke and making rules about woke, and we have eliminated woke in the Trump government because they don't want you to see and recognize what is really going on. That's why they feel that woke is such a bad thing. They want to they want to steal everything from the Black community, including woke. And then they want to bastardize everything in the Black community to give it a different meaning than what it has been.
Is it just a scientific project, or is it, I don't know, is it like Heinlein,
a vision of a new society?
Yeah, Heinlein,
populated by many
libertarian
people
paradise
descended
or something
from
like this.
Elon Musk.
Well,
right,
I don't know if it was concretized that specifically, but socialist government will follow you, and then maybe you have to do something other than just going to Mars.
Okay, so the woke AI, artificial intelligence seems like one. If we're still stagnant, it's the biggest exception to stagnation.
Yes.
It's the place where there's been
remarkable
progress, surprising to many people progress. It's also the place, we were just talking about politics, it's the place where the Trump administration is, I think, to a large degree, giving AI investors a lot of what they wanted in terms of both stepping back and doing public-private partnerships. So it's a zone of progress and governmental engagement. And you are an investor in AI. What do you think you're investing in?
Well, I don't know. There's sort of a lot of layers to this. So I do think I don't know. There's one question we can frame is just how big a thing do I think AI is, and it's I don't know. My stupid answers. It's more than a nothing burger, and it's less than the total transformation of our society. So my placeholder is that it's roughly on the scale of the internet in the late 90s, which is, I'm not sure it's enough to really end the stagnation. It might be enough to create some great companies. And, the internet added maybe a few percentage points to the GDP, maybe 1% to GDP growth every year for 10, 15 years. It added some to productivity. And so that's sort of roughly my placeholder for AI. It's the only thing we have. It's a little bit unhealthy that it's so unbalanced. This is the only thing we have. I'd like to have more multidimensional progress. I'd like us to be going to Mars. I'd like us to be having cures for dementia. If all we have is AI, I will take it. There are risks with it. There are dangers with this technology.
So you're a skeptic. But then you are a skeptic of what you might call the sort of superintelligence cascade theory, which basically says that if AI succeeds, it gets so smart that it gives us the progress in the world of atoms, that it's like, all right, we can't cure dementia. We can't, figure out how to build the perfect factory that builds the rockets that go to Mars, but the AI can. And at a certain point, you pass a certain threshold and it gives us not just more digital progress, but 64 other forms of progress. It sounds like you don't believe that, or you think that's less likely.
Yeah, I somehow don't know if that's been really the gating factor.
What does that mean, the gating factor?
It's probably a Silicon Valley ideology, and maybe in a weird way, it's more liberal than a conservative thing, but people are really fixated on IQ in Silicon Valley, and that it's all about smart people.
Right.
And if you have more smart people, they'll do great things. And then the economics, anti-IQ.
You notice who's been fixed on IQ this term? Who wants to call all Black people low IQ your president? Do you find that a coincidence or not? As he gives Silicon Valley, who is fixated on IQs. And why is it that all Black people who have excelled in life, your dumb president tries to say that these are low IQ people? This is why. Let's continue.
Argument is that people actually do worse. The smarter they are, the worse they do. And it's just they don't know how to apply it, or our society doesn't know what to do with them, and they don't fit in. And so that suggests that the gating factor isn't IQ, but something that's deeply wrong with our society. So
is that a limit on intelligence, or a problem of the sort of personality types that human superintelligence creates? I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the idea, and I made this case when I did an episode of this podcast with a sort of AI accelerationist, that that certain problems can just be solved if you ramp up intelligence. It's like we ramp up intelligence and boom, Alzheimer's is solved. We ramp up intelligence and the AI.
Okay, I'm going to move forward a little bit. He is saying that, if everybody is super intelligent, then we can solve all problems. We can, figure out how to fix Alzheimer's and every type of situation can be solved if we ramp up intelligence. You really need to watch this whole thing.
utopian, transformative, whatever word you want to call it, view of the technology than you're expressing here, right? And you were mentioned earlier the idea that the
worse, AI is better. It's better than the alternative, and the alternative is nothing at all. Because here's one place where the stagnationist arguments are still reinforced: the fact that we're only talking about AI.
See, the thing about him and talking about stagnation, everything is so stagnant. We need something to shake up the world. Yeah, this stagnation that we're in. What is it going to be when AI takes all of the jobs? What is going to shake up the world then? Because all of this stagnation. We need to put people back into poverty. We need to put people back into slavery. Let's keep it real. What do you think is their plan? They're bored with the status quo. It never dawned on them. Hey, maybe we can pay people more. Maybe we can actually create more solvent jobs in the United States and give people a living wage, and then we won't have to be disgusted at what we call the problem. No. What they want to do is they want to do the opposite. They want to have stagnant wages as everything goes up around people, and then complain about you are not doing what it takes for you to get out of your situation that they are actually creating. You ever notice that? They have billions and billions of dollars, but they create nothing but their own personal wealth. But they are so bored about this stagnation in America. Make any of this make sense? Let's continue.
I feel is always an implicit acknowledgement that, but for AI, we are like in almost total stagnation.
But the world of AI is clearly filled with people who, at the very least, seem to have a more utopian, transformative, whatever word you want to call it, view of the technology than you're expressing here, right? And you were mentioned earlier the idea that the modern world used to promise radical life extension and doesn't anymore. It seems very clear to me.
Yeah, he did talk about this. People talked about living longer because people were living longer. You know why people were living longer? Because people, because FDR came in and changed how people had to live. Because the Civil Rights Act elevated the way that Black people were living, which in change did what? Which in change increase the life expectancy of the American people. What else happened? There were investments in America. What else happened? People were able to get jobs, to feed their families, to buy homes, to move into the middle class. That's why you saw this. See, this is the shit that this motherfucker will not acknowledge. This is why people had such expectations. There was a report that came out recently that most people and most young people in college, out of college, and fresh out of college don't believe in this so-called American dream. See, back then, there was an American dream, and there was a way to get to the American dream. And what did these greedy billionaires and corporations do? They took the American dream from the mass amount of American people, and now they acting like it's your fault. You have no American dream. You have no chutzpah. You have no get up and go about yourself. Where are you going to get up and go? To 2 or 3 low paying jobs with no fucking health benefits? What is there to? Where's the get up and go in any of that? Well, you're gonna get up and to go to these large corporations who give you just enough hours a week to keep you as a part-time worker, which so they don't have to give you health benefits. That you will qualify for SNAP benefits as you work 3 jobs. They pretend like they don't see any of that. These are so high IQ motherfuckers, but they can't figure out any of that. That in here today in 2026, the federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, but they can't see any of that. And your elected officials can't see it any. There are state minimum wages that have gone up $17, $20 an hour. Well, why hasn't your federal minimum wage gone up? Why? As they pretend, because they want to pretend like it's something wrong with you, when in fact it is something wrong with them. Let's continue.
That a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh.
Here we go. Transhumanism. You AI motherfuckers who want to pretend like you are so intelligent and the rest of the United States is so beneath you that you are believing in the bullshit that you dream of when you motherfuckers must be high on some real dastardly bullshit, as you guys are tweaking on some shit that must have you out of your motherfucking mind, that now you want to ascend to transhumanism. This is what is going on Peter Thiel's little island. Let's continue. Andreessen, I believe it's called. Let's get into it.
A number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And
a successor species or a merging of mind and machine. Now, here comes the question that you guys have probably seen all over the internet. But see, I needed to get you to understand how this conversation started, where he's going to ask Peter Thiel, you do believe that mankind should go on, or something to that effect. You do believe that mankind should continue or to should live on. And Peter Thiel is going to have a hard time answering this question. He's going to do a whole lot of and and then he's going to finally say, yes, but. He's going to say yes, but. And the but is that he believes that when mankind continues to go on, mankind should be there should be some type of mechanism or some type of machine included in the mankind that is going to live on. He does in fact believe in this transhuman shit, that you have to meld the human body with some type of machine. Yes, he does believe this. Because there's a whole lot of him and han and in and on. This man said it real quickly. Yes, this is what these people believe in. And before we get to after we get to that question, I'm gonna let you know, remind you how Peter Thiel also said that in a speech that it's going to be, they figured out it's going to be hard to bring people along with ideas. It's going to be hard to sell American people ideas in a democracy, to have them vote for it, and to push the agenda forward. Well, if America people are not on board with what you're selling, that is their right to vote for what they want to vote for. But he says that that he has figured out another way where you don't have to get a vote for everything that goes on. What way has he figured out? It seems like he's figured out the way in the 2024 elections that these data centers, they are doing this under NDSs, and they are NDAs, NDSs. I'm like NDS. They're doing this under NDAs. We had the Shark Tank guy said, "Well, it was voted on." My Utah in a data center, it was voted on. As you have most of Utah coming out against his data center, and then when he was nailed down on it, what do you mean it was voted on? It was voted on by all three people in the committee, and lying, acting as if it was voted on. These people are pushing this shit on the American citizens, and we see that now, since the American citizens are pushing back, they want to surveil you. They want to surveil you anyway, but they want to surveil the protesters as if something's wrong with you. As if something is wrong with you. Peter Thiel already said that democracy is not going to work for him to be able to get what he wants to get done in the United States, as if he is the only one in the United States that matters. And what he wants, not what you want, because I got more money than you. So therefore, what I want matters more than what you want.
Do you think that's just all kind of creation of a successor species? It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to.
Yes, but reluctantly, yes, but what?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your, penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this. Okay.
There he says it, and he tries to sweep over it real quick, trying to equate it to a transsexual or a cross-dresser. No, we want to go deeper than that. We want to be able to change your mind. We want to be able to change everything. Now he's going into Christianity real quick to try to further this point.
is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole self. And so,
right. But the other, wait. I generally agree with what I think is your belief that religion should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of divine providence has to encompass the fact that we have progressed and achieved and done things that would have been unimaginable to our ancestors. But it still also seems like, the promise of Christianity in the end is you get the perfected body and the perfected soul through God's grace. And the person who tries to do it on their own with a bunch of machines is likely to end up as a dystopian character.
Well, let's articulate this.
And you can have a heretical form of Christianity, that says something else.
I don't know. I think the word nature does not occur once in the Old Testament, and so if you and there is a word in which a sense in which the way I understand the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things, and the closest thing you can say to nature is that people are fallen, and that's the natural thing in a Christian sense is that you're messed up, and that's true. But there's some ways that with God's help, you are supposed to transcend that and overcome that. And
right. But
and
the people,
if you just
present company accepted, most of the people working to build the hypothetical machine god don't think that they're cooperating with Yahweh, Jehovah, the Lord of hosts. They think that they're building immortality Ross, on their own.
Yeah, we're
right?
jumping around a lot of things. So
yes.
Again, the critique I was saying is they're not ambitious enough.
Right.
From a Christian point of view, these people are not ambitious enough. Now, then we get into this question. Well, are they
but they're not morally and spiritually ambitious enough.
And are they still physically ambitious enough? And are they even still really transhumanists? And this is where, the cryonics thing, that seems like a retro thing from 1999. There isn't that much of that going on. So they're not transhumanists on a physical body. And then, maybe it's not about cryonics. Maybe it's about uploading. Which, it's not quite. I'd rather have my body. I don't want just a computer program that simulates me. So that uploading seemed like a step down from cryonics. But then even that's, it's
okay. Are we clear on what this fucking numbnuts wants? You can see the rest of the video in my description box. Hold on one second. Pam Bimbo is testifying before Congress since she has lost her job. Now, I don't think that this is being played live, but I want to let me see. Hold on. Doesn't look like it looks like they have given Pam Bimbo the same out that they did Todd was it Todd Blanche? No, that they did the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Now that he did not have to be sworn in, and his testimony will not be uh, uh, live on TV, and they would not even have any videotaping of his testimony. That James Comer allowed Howard Lutnick, who when he was in the confirmation, when he was in actual hearings that were televised, refused to answer any question, and demurred to the fact that, hey, I will be answering these questions later on. And curiously, he didn't answer these questions under oath, or was it filmed? Now it appears that the same thing is now happening with Pam Bimbo. Uh, so there are cameras and in the hallways waiting for her, waiting for information about her testimony. But curiously enough, what your media did not tell you about Howard Lutnick, who he was disgusting. I would never meet him again for business or personal reasons. And come to find out that he took his whole fucking family, wife, children, a friend and his wife and children to the motherfucking island itself after he lied. He never told you about that. So therefore, he was embarrassed. But how is it that he was able to testify and not have to uh, swear an oath that he wasn't lying? Because mysteriously, Howard Lutnick has been reported to have gotten rid of through $5 million away in Comey's direction, and therefore Howard Lutnick did not have to testify under oath. Did you hear that? Did anybody tell you that it cost Howard Lutnick $5 million to appear that he was answering questions that he refused to answer on camera and under oath? It cost him $5 million for that farce. I'm pretty sure that he's made way more in this government, but I just wanted you to know that. So we will look out for more Pam Bimbo testimony. Now, let me see if you guys are still with me. You guys are still with me. Okay, so let's get into who is Peter Thiel. Have you ever wondered who Peter Thiel is? What is it that you know? I showed two people. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. Let's get into Sam Altman real quick. Since we're talking about them all, we are going to talk about them all. Let's see what Sam Altman has to say about AI. If you haven't heard about it, they're saying the quiet part out loud. Here's Sam Altman.
Fundamentally, our business, and I think the business of every other model provider, is going to look like selling tokens. You know, they may come from bigger or smaller models, which makes them more or less expensive. They may use more or less reasoning, which also makes them more or less expensive. They may be running all the time in the background trying to help you out. They may run only when you need them if you want to pay less. They may work super hard, you know, spend tens of millions, hundreds of millions, someday billions of dollars on a single problem, right? That's really valuable. But we see a future where intelligence is a utility like electricity or water, and people buy it from us on a meter and use it for whatever they want to use it for. The demand that we see for that seems like it's going to continue to just go like this.
So the product that he's talking about AI. He foresees that AI is going to be like a product you buy, like on a meter. You're charged by however many, however they want to dole it out. And if you have no money, you have no AI. The more money you have, you can just use it once on a little project that you have, or you can have it running in the background 24/7. So therefore, information. Why do you think that they are getting rid of all of the facts and certain books out of libraries and schools and things like that? The only history you will know is this bullshit history that AI and the bullshit information that AI is going to give you. Are we clear on that? You're going to buy it like a utility. You're not going to be able to buy motherfucking water if these AI data systems keep coming up, because because fucking water is going to be like buying gold. I talked about this when my first started my channel, that water is going to be one of the largest new commodities, and AI is fostering in the future of water being a high cost commodity that most people will not be able to afford, because why? They are letting AI shit through all of our water systems. They have reverse EPA restrictions on what can be even dumped into our water right now. So let's hear this again. What type of commodity will AI be in the future?
Fundamentally, our business, and I think the business of every other model provider, is going to look like selling tokens. They may come from bigger or smaller models, which makes them more or less expensive. They may use more or less reasoning, which also makes them more or less expensive. They may be running all the time.
They may use more or less reasoning. So why would I buy AI if they are not even using any good reasoning? So so AI is not going to be equal. The AI I sell to your poor ass, that I make your poor ass have to buy into, it's not going to be as reasoned as the AI that someone with more money have to use. So what he's telling you is it's not getting a book, going to the library, getting a book on a certain tasks, getting information on certain things that you want to learn about. You may not be privy to this information if you don't have enough money. Unlike when you go to the library, you want to figure out how to do something and how to create something, or whatever it is, you and someone with a lot of money can go there and you are privy to the same information. This is not what you're going to get in a world with AI. The people with more money are going to have access to more accurate information. You are going to get AI slop presented to you as something as real. They're dumbing down the society. And actually, the society is so dumb now that they don't even see it. And even when they see it, they act as if this is not going to have any diverse impact on their lives. United States full of a whole bunch of dumb motherfuckers. Let's continue.
In the background trying to help you out. They may run only when you need them if you want to pay less. They may work super hard, spend tens of millions, hundreds of millions, someday billions of dollars on a single problem that's really valuable. But we see a future where intelligence is a utility like electricity or water, and people buy it from us on a
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us. Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
meter and use it for whatever they want to use it for. The demand that we see for that seems like it's going to continue to just go like this.
Okay. That's who's over ChatGPT. Now let's get into, ironically, let's get into how AI and unemployment is uh, mingled together. When Peter Thiel is asked about the high unemployment rates and AI, let me share this with you. Let's get into this.
And we already have large unemployment in a lot of places in the world. As the world goes flat and there's less employment, what's the world going to look like? What do you think are the positives to that, the positive solutions to that?
Well, let's see. I do think people have been too worried about technology replacing jobs for a long time. I mean, you had the Luddites in the 19th century where you were worried that, there'd be nobody left to work in textile factories and to try to break the machinery. And it turned out that a lot of the automation and productivity gains freed people up to do other, more productive sorts of things.
And we already have large unemployment in a lot of places.
No answer. Going back to the Luddites, we already have a high unemployment. So what do you have to say about that? He had no answer. Now, the reason why I felt that it was important to play that because you have a lot of you raccoons running around here. They're going to have to give a universal income if they take all the jobs. At no time have you heard any of these AI CEOs or owners of any of these AI companies say at no time have you heard anything about them giving the population a universal income. So the next time you hear one of these dummies or one of these raccoons out here talking about universal income, how come you're not hearing the people who are telling you they're taking your job say one peep about any universal income? Let that sink in. That is also in my description box under AI CEOs have a plan. And it's unfortunate that a lot of you raccoons and dummies don't know what the plan is. Let's hear a little more from. Let me talk more about what Peter Thiel has to say about AI when asked. Not by an interviewer, but by a regular human being. Let's see his non-answer answer here.
What do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, without.
Did you hear all that stuttering? Did you hear all that? Again. I'm not. Again. I'm not. Project Lavender is reported to be a Palantir project, and we're going to let you know exactly what Project Lavender is. Let's continue.
Going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of.
I'm not going into all the. I don't know all the. I'm not on top of all the details. You are on top of all the details.
Going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything. My
bias is to defer to Israel. So I must defer to Israel. So therefore, I cannot comment on the weaponry in AI that I am giving to Israel. It's my understanding that Israel. I don't even think that Israel even had to pay for this AI, this Project Lavender that they got from where? Home. This man right here acting like I don't know nothing. I don't know. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. You got to ask Israel. Ask Israel. I got to defer to Israel. Do you hear this bullshit?
And I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly
the IDF gets to decide what they want to do. With my AI apparatus, they get to decide what they want to do. What's that song? I can give it to you, but what you gonna do with it? I can give it to you, but what you gonna do? He don't care what you gonna do. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Don't care what you do. I can give it to you. I don't care what you do about it. I don't care what you do about it. I don't care what you do. I can give it to you. Don't care what you do. Don't care what you do. Don't care what you do. He don't give a fuck. Is that what? Are you gonna genocide a whole race of people? You're gonna genocide a whole sovereign people? Okay, okay, it's your choice.
in the right, and that's sort of the perspective.
What do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel, because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything, and I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right, and that's sort of the perspective.
What do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Okay, let's go here, shall we? That link is in the description box. Let's go here. Let's go with the CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp, asked specifically about Israel as well.
Because you sell, that's your business, right? Part of it, some people will say, well, it's because you sell, that's your business, right?
Israel has historically bought our product. It's not a commercially relevant part of our business. The reason why a lot of people don't speak up publicly is we have a lot of other markets that are much bigger where maybe speaking up is controversial, like the US and other markets. And, so this definitively was not an economic decision. If any, you could critique it as an economic decision. I believe that, first of all, we have a precedent in this culture where people are supposed to speak up. It seems like they only speak up when the issue is either irrelevant, meaningless, or somehow it's something you can say that you don't believe that won't get you in trouble and will allow you to sell products you may not believe in while pretending you have beliefs you don't. That's not how we roll at Palantir. And when you come to Palantir, to work at Palantir, when you invest in Palantir, or when you use our products.
Have you lost employees because of this?
We've lost employees. I'm sure we'll lose employees. I'm sure we'll lose, it's like any real, if you have a position that does not cost you ever to lose an employee, it's not a position. It's some kind of self-pleasuring where the joke is on the other person or the joke is on you. And when you join Palantir and you dedicate your life to Palantir, I am standing in front of the company, the people who run Palantir, standing with the company, not promising you to tell you something you want to hear. We're going to get as close to telling you how we see the world as we're legally and ethically allowed to. And we also do this externally. So when you buy Palantir, when I'm telling you that I'm going to sit behind the product, or I'm going to sit behind a deployment, I'm telling you what I believe. That obviously business world's complicated.
So actually, he's telling you that he believes in what Palantir is doing in Palestine.
You have to make choices, but and then there's this is not a small issue. From my perspective, it's not just about Israel. It's like, do you believe in the West? Do you believe the West has created a superior way of living? Are you willing to admit you believe that? And by the way, the other thing it's about is, you know, a lot of people believe these things in private, but they think they have the luxury of not defending them in public. It's just not true. You know, part of the reason we have all this like scourge of kind of sycophantic, soft, thin, counterproductive, suicidal thought that has infected a lot of our large institutions is because the people who are doing important things who do not agree, they never speak up. If you don't speak up and the other side is the only side screaming, don't be surprised when a lot of people follow it. And so it is.
No. He's talking about all these other the scourge of all these other institutions, and we are not the only people who believe that we should have the ability to take the lives of people who disagree with us based upon our AI component. And a lot of people believe this. A lot of people believe that in the greatness of the West, but they don't say anything. But what about all of the people who are saying something about not wanting AI implanted in their information? These people are saying something. So why is what these millions of people who are out here saying something, and he wants us to believe that well, a lot of people agree with us, but they're just not saying anything. Why wouldn't they say anything to court the billionaire class who is getting everything that they want from this administration? What do they have to lose? What do they have to lose if you want to say so many people believe in you? Why wouldn't they be coming out? Why isn't millions of people coming out saying that they believe in AI? When I just showed you the poll in that Ken Klippenstein a piece that 43% of people strongly disagree with data centers being put up in their neighborhoods. He wants you to believe that people believe in what we're doing. They're just not speaking up. That's the only thing. And there's no downside for them trying to coddle up to billionaires in this country who is getting everything that they want from this administration. What is the downside? Why wouldn't they speak up? Bullshit.
Imperative on people to actually stand up. And yes, there will be costs, but the costs are much greater if you don't.
People
got some breaking news. Senior staff.
People are standing up. Let me let's go back. There's one more thing I wanted to share with you. Project Lavender. Here we go.
It's current year, and hopefully all of us already know the dangers of AI. Many people you know, maybe you yourself, have already felt the impact. Layoffs, job displacement, industry disruptions. But while many of us are focused on how AI is taking away our livelihood, and for good reason, there's a much darker side unfolding. AI isn't just reshaping the workforce and the economy. It's being integrated into surveillance, warfare, and now even the decision-making for who gets to live and die. We're going to delve into a big topic, the biggest topic, the most forbidden of all topics. I just want to say on the record right here, right now, that I would never unalive myself. I will never delete myself, nor will I ever.
A few people get wealthy, and if you said platitudes that were obviously stupid, you could.
Getting wealthy off of killing Palestinians. With Palantir kills Palestinians with their AI and technology.
Oh.
They're killing my family in Palestine.
Yeah. And you know.
How do you sleep at night?
Well, if you.
Your AI and your technology from Palantir kill Palestinians.
Now, who is this, you may ask? This is Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir, which is a US-based software and data analytics company. Palantir started with a focus on counterterrorism and intelligence operations during its inception in 2003, building platforms that can take in massive amounts of data, phone records, financial transactions, surveillance footage, and to find patterns that human error would overlook. Over time, their tools expanded beyond intelligence into law enforcement, corporate data mining, and now military applications. Palantir doesn't build weapons themselves, but rather software that helps governments and militaries decide where and how to use their weapons. Think of it like an artificial brain powering the decision-making, It ingests battlefield data, satellite imagery, drone feeds, and social media activity, then helps identify potential targets or predict future threats. If the implications for why this is bad aren't obvious enough, allow me to delve further. The controversy comes from how this technology is actually being applied. In Gaza, Palantir's platforms have reportedly been used by the Israeli military, specifically in collaboration with Unit 8200's Data Science and Artificial Intelligence Center, to sift through massive amounts of data and highlight potential targets. Homes, streets, and neighborhoods are being mapped and analyzed, and AI-generated assessments influence real-world attacks. Human analysts exist in theory, but reports suggest that they often rely on AI's recommendations rather than independently verifying each target. The partnership between Palantir and Israel's military was formalized with an agreement signed on January 12, 2024, solidifying the company's role in these operations. The result is a system where algorithms have extraordinary influence over life and death decisions. Here's a quick little demonstration of their software, guiding a drone to execute a headshot upon a target.
Is 3 grams of sheep explosive. This is how it works. Did you see that? That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents.
Terrifying, right? What if I told you there's an even more sinister AI out there? One that doesn't just analyze data and suggest a target, but actually automates the process entirely, cutting humans almost completely out of the equation altogether. Let me explain to you the horrors of Lavender AI. Unlike Palantir, which organizes and analyzes data for human decision-making, Lavender takes the process a step further by automating it almost entirely. In Gaza, Lavender AI reportedly scans phone records, social media activity, movement patterns, and even facial recognition from surveillance footage to generate actionable kill lists with minimal human oversight. Similar to Palantir, it too doesn't build weapons, but its software integrates directly with military systems. Reports indicate that the system identified over 37,000 Palestinians as suspected militants. Military personnel often spent as little as 20 seconds reviewing each target, effectively treating the AI's decision as equivalent to human judgment. And the AI wasn't perfect. Estimates suggest it made errors in roughly 10% of cases, meaning innocent people were flagged alongside actual combatants. Strikes frequently targeted homes at night when families were inside, resulting in many civilian deaths. An additional system, reportedly nicknamed Where's Daddy, tracked individuals in real time and enabled attacks precisely when they were at home with their families. The combination of automated targeting, minimal human oversight, and real-time tracking has turned everyday life in Gaza into a perilous environment where anyone can be marked by an algorithm. It raises the question, what do investors behind Palantir or Lavender think about their technologies being tied to human suffering and genocide? When asked directly about Israel's use of Lavender, Peter Thiel, co-founder of Palantir, had this to say.
So what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or Lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets?
Look, I'm not,
What was that sound? I just played you this.
Without going into all the details, I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel.
This guy may just be my new favorite cartoonish CEO villain, because in this next clip, he's asked whether humanity is deemed worthy enough to even endure.
I played that already.
A question that perfectly dovetails with his bizarre response about Palestine. He also dropped some truly off-the-wall comments about transhumanism and being trans. Let's take a look.
Yes, we saw that just recently. Let's move on.
Over Palantir's surveillance of the American people, its invasion of our privacy, and even his alleged ties to Epstein, which honestly is an entire rabbit hole deserving of its own video.
Peter Thiel was in fact in the Epstein files. It has been reported that Peter Thiel was actually at Epstein Island. Peter Thiel was caught on the streets and asked since his it has been revealed that he was in the Epstein papers. He was accosted on the streets and asked about being in the Epstein file, and Peter Thiel physically ran away, saying nothing. I think this is it.
Mr. Thiel, do you have any comments about Palantir's surveillance of the American people, sir? Or any of your connections to Jeffrey Epstein? I think people are rather concerned about that last particular one. You're setting up a Big Brother surveillance system, and people know it, sir. You think the American people want this surveillance tech being used against them? Any comments at all on the Epstein connections? You were meeting with them.
As goofy as this oofy doofy's public image may be, the real danger isn't in the spectacle of his interviews. It's in how his company's technology quietly turns human lives into metrics. Killing is being reduced to a data entry problem, where life and death decisions are outsourced to algorithms and treated like routine administrative tasks. The banality of it is what makes it so callous, where war crimes are being committed by numbers and patterns on a screen. And when those numbers are wrong, when a family is flagged as a threat or a hospital is marked as a strike zone,
Oops. That's what's happening. Oops. My bad. Oh well. Oops.
who takes responsibility? The military points to the software, the companies point to the military, and the investors point to quarterly earnings. It creates an accountability vacuum where no one is ever held responsible for civilian deaths. Only the victims pay the price. So let's zoom out for a second. If this is happening in Gaza right now, with entire families being reduced to lines of code and algorithms deciding who lives or dies,
what do you think that is happening in America? What do you think that is happening in America? Why do you think that they are now trying to categorize and watch people who are against AI data centers? Why do you think they are doing this? I really need you to pay attention to what is going on. Because no one had a word to say when it was happening in Palestine. Well, no, I will not say no one, but were you alerted about any of this by your for-profit media? Have they told you any of this? Oh no, we heard Larry Ellison talk about how surveillance systems is the thing of the future. Everybody is going to be on their best behavior because they are being watched. So surely you have not heard any of this in your mass media. Your Larry Ellison owned is it a CBS with Barry Weiss over the news. No, you ain't heard none of this shit. With Larry Ellison now acquiring, I think he has acquired CNN. Where's MSNBC? Surely you haven't heard any of this on Fox News. What major news outlet is giving you information that affects you and how you live your life is my question.
where does it stop? Do we think that this technology will be confined to just one region? Or is this the first step in normalizing algorithmic warfare worldwide? Every major power across the world is racing to integrate AI into their militaries. And once it's accepted that machines can generate kill lists with almost no human oversight, it becomes a slippery slope toward a future where war is automated.
See, now that's what the guy from Anthropic would not allow Pete Kegbreath to do, autonomously kill people. And he said that you cannot do that with Anthropic AI. And so if he told him that he couldn't do that, and Pete Kegbreath wanted to cancel his contract and malign his company, what does that tell you about the U.S. military and their wishes and their plans with AI in their military. What does that tell you? That tells you that the United States military absolutely already wants to do that. Already wants to be able to autonomously take the lives of people based on AI with no human input. Okay. Oh, as this gentleman said in the beginning of his video, no, RonyiQ is very happy. She is just trying to share information. I do not want to unalive myself or no longer be a part of the living. If somebody tells you otherwise, that is not true. I'm not being facetious. I'm just being factual. Because this is what we have come to in America, as people are paying attention to dumb shit. Let's continue. Oh, I think we're done. These links are in my description box. Is there one more? I think there is one more that I did want to share with you. Hold on. No, let's go to something different. I can't find what I want, so I am going to go. Let's go right here and understand. I think one more. I've played this for you a couple of times, quite a few times, so we can be clear on what we're seeing in our government, what is going on in our government that you may want to know. I don't know. I just want to give you the information.
I want to play for you one of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust me, because it's not that chilling until you realize what it means.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
That's tech billionaire and Republican megadonor Peter Thiel speaking at a Libertopia, a libertarian conference.
No, now let me ask you. Does it make sense now? Let me ask you. Does it make sense now when you put these disjointed statements from these disjointed thoughts of people together? Does it make sense to you now?
In 2010. He's basically saying that his political ideology is so unappealing that it'll never win elections. And that's one thing he's right about, because he's railed against women having the right to vote, complained so much about diversity, and written some really disgusting stuff about sexual assault and consent. But he knows that he can use technology as a unilateral alternative to politics, and that should really freak you out. Thiel is one of the co-founders and biggest investors in Palantir, a CIA-funded technology company that has contracts across the government for their data software. Here's their CFO speaking a few years ago.
We continue to advance our mission of becoming the US government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
And while both President Obama and Biden did sign Palantir contracts, President Trump is taking it way further. There are new contracts with ICE, something literally called Immigration OS, and the IRS. So 15 years ago, Peter Thiel, like the supervillain in a movie explaining his plan to the hero, admitted that he can use technology to get his ideas across when they're unpopular, completely subverting democracy. And today, one of his technology companies is gaining more and more power within the government, building the very systems our government relies on. And oh yeah, this is the CEO.
The central risk to Palantir and America and the world is a regressive way of thinking that is corrupting and corroding our institutions that calls itself progressive, but actually, and is called woke, but is actually a form of a thin pagan religion.
If you're a progressive, if you have progressive values, meaning you just, I don't know, care.
Excuse me. It calls itself woke. You notice that they vomit out the word woke, and now it's a form of a pagan religion. Just put woke in there and say it's something akin to anti-Christianity. We got an MSP M7 for anti-Christianity, so we can wrangle these people into where into some secret agency where we have determined that if people have these beliefs, that they can be considered domestic terrorists in your own United States of America. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Let that sink in to all of you motherfuckers that wasted your vote. All of you motherfuckers that voted against for your own demise. All of you motherfuckers who still pay for your own demise. All of you motherfuckers that sat on your ass and said voting didn't matter.
About other people, the CEO of the company building America's technological back end thinks of you as the central risk. He thinks of you as the enemy. Are these the people you want running the systems you rely on, or worse, the systems that surveil you?
This link is in my description box under AI CEO have a plan. If you are unaware of that, you may want to get up on that. Let me share how this AI that they say is the end all be all, and that you have cops using AI right now. You have businesses using AI right now that have actually gotten United States citizens arrested on wrong information that AI is giving. So if AI is giving out wrong information right now, and people are being arrested under what AI says over what human investigation would be able to prove that it's wrong, but instead of doing their jobs in investigating, these cops are arresting American citizens. How many innocent people do you think that have lost their lives under these autonomous attacks by AI alone? Let's get into this one, shall we? Yes, I'm sharing it. All of these are in the description box under.
There are probably some other technologies like, say, Uber or Airbnb, the car service and the short-term rental, where in a way things can grow very quickly, and the technology can sort of outpace the politics. And so, you're often in this sort of gray legal zone, but then people will not want to shut it down because there are tens of thousands of people who are making a living on this. So I think if you can get something to grow quickly enough, you may not need to, the politics may sort of get dragged along.
It grows so fast. It's in a gray legal zone, and I think if you can get it to go fast enough, the politics is going to have to follow along with this growth that we speak of. Did he? What corporations did he mention in particular? Airbnb and Uber. Airbnb is losing more money than it. Airbnb is a wash. Airbnb is a wash right now. Uber and Lyft. Why is it he wants to talk about Uber and Lyft, but he doesn't want to talk about the fact that now the Uber and Lyft drivers have a band together and they want to create a union. Why? Because they want better work conditions and they want more pay. But this is not what he's talking about Uber. He wants to use Uber as an example. A billionaire, a multi-hundred billionaire is talking about Uber. It is growing so fast that the government is going to have to follow along. Since he brought up Uber, I'll bring up Uber as well. I will bring up Uber as well. Something I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. What does Uber actually have to say about AI? Shall we figure this out? How is AI doing as it pertains to Uber? Hey, Nappy Chow, it is good to see you. Let's get into this reporting. Since he brought it up, I thought I'd give you this information. Oh God. Hold on. 1 second. I would, I was going to talk about it because actually I was going to talk about how Uber and Lyft were trying to unionize. But let's talk about what Peter Thiel wanted to talk about. Uber COO Andrew McDonald says AI spending is hard to justify. At this point, it is hard to justify the spending that Uber is spending on AI. Hard to justify. It seems like it would be easy to justify, according to Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. What is there to justify? If it just grows, you're going to bring government along with it. If you just grow quickly. He specifically said something about Uber. You heard him. Uber's chief operating officer said the company is struggling to connect its rising artificial intelligence costs to meaningful gains in consumer-facing products, according to The Verge. Andrew McDonald's Uber president and COO made the comments in an interview with Rapid Response released over the weekend. What weekend? What weekend? May 26, 2026 is when this article. This weekend. Okay. In an interview with Rapid Response released over the weekend, drawing on conversations with Uber senior engineering leaders, McDonald concluded that the greater token consumption was not just yielding a corresponding rise in useful features delivered to end users. The greater token consumption isn't that what ChatGPT guy says that it's going to be kind of like buying tokens, and the more tokens you can buy, the greater and the more intelligence you will be receiving. Now, Sam Altman. Didn't he refer to AI and intelligence use as akin to buying tokens, and the more you buy, the more intelligent AI you will receive? Well, I'm pretty sure that Uber is available to buy a whole lot of tokens, a whole lot of expensive tokens. And why is their CEO made the comments in an interview that what is it? Drawing on conversations with Uber senior engineering leaders, McDonald concluded that the greater token consumption was not yielding a corresponding rise in useful features delivered to end users. That link is not there yet. Right? I think maybe it's implicitly there in more than I think it is implicitly there is more that is getting shipped, but it is very hard to draw a line between one of those stats and okay. Now we're actually producing 25% more useful consumer features, McDonald told the outlet. That was very, let me see. What the fuck? Let me see. It's more getting shipped, but it's very hard to draw a line between one of those stats, and okay, now we're actually producing 25% more youthful consumer features. This quote, he was quoting him. Um, I guess he talks like Peter Thiel and disjointed thoughts. McDonald told the outlet. The remarks come after Uber CTO Pravin Nepali Naga disclosed in April that the company had exhausted its entire Claude Code budget for 2026. In April, they had spent all their whole AI budget by April of this year. Just 4 months into the year, according to Business Insider, McDonald called the CTO's disclosure a head exploding moment, saying it set off company-wide conversations about the cost of token consumption and what the company gives up, including potential headcount to sustain it, including to sustain their purchase of these tokens that they had bought for the year but had used up by April. That means to consent to continue to get the amount of tokens that they feel that they will need, they're going to have to lay off workers for AI. And they're telling you that AI is giving them nothing. It's not like they spent too little. They have exhausted their whole AI budget in April, and they have gotten nothing in return. Nothing in return. But you got police officers, and you got flock cameras, and you got police divisions using AI and arresting people. Let's be real clear about this. Okay. We're going to have to start talking about token consumption and the associated cost versus headcount, McDonald told The Verge. So if you're not actually able to draw a direct line to how much useful features and functionality you're shipping to your users, that trade becomes hard to justify. Engineers who are not responsible for paying invoices may treat AI tools as essentially free, McDonald observed, even though those costs land on the company's balance sheets, according to Business Insider. Uber disclosed in its first quarter earnings report that AI coding tools had reached 95% monthly adoption among its engineering workforce. Wait a minute. Had reached 95 monthly adoption among its engineering workforce, with AI agents authorizing more than 1 in 10 lines of code. The company spent $3.4 billion on research and development in 2025, up 9% from the prior year. CEO Darsha Khosrowshahi said during the earnings call that Uber was slowing hiring to offset its growing AI investments. So Uber is about people, connecting people with rides. But AI is getting so much of its budget that they are unable to hire people to connect people with rides, and that's at the point where gas prices are so fucking high that these Uber drivers find it necessary that they need to get into a union because it is not being respected. That they have to pay more to fill up their cars to do their Uber jobs. That whole part of the scheme has been ignored by the corporation that is spending more money into AI fucking tokens than it is on its drivers that actually do the job that they have decided in a business that they have decided to go into. Instead of paying the drivers, the workers, they are paying AI for absolutely nothing. But they want you to believe AI is so great. As Peter Thiel had the audacity to bring up Uber. But now we see what AI is giving Uber. AI is giving Uber nothing but fucking bills. Make that make sense. And these corporations are doing this. The company spent $3.4 billion on research and development in 2025, up 9% from the prior year. CEO Dara Khoshiani said during the earnings call that Uber was slowing hiring to offset its growing AI investments. Isn't that fabulous? Isn't that smart? That bitch should you lose her motherfucking job. According to Forbes, the share of Uber engineers using Claude Code jumped from roughly a third in February to 84% in March. And per engineer bills typically ran between $150 and $250 a month. Although the heaviest users could generate anywhere between $500 and $2,000. During one hands-on demonstration, he ran himself, Nepali Negra, burned through $1,200 worth of tokens in just 2 hours. So, my question is, here's my question. Here's my question. So, you're telling me that these engineers are training AI to take over their jobs, and they're supposed to be intelligent people, that they are using AI. It went up from roughly a third in February to 84%, that they are depending upon AI, and they are trying to actually justify them even having a motherfucking job. See, this is the ignorance that I'm talking about. Oh, AI is going to be so great. What you're doing is you're showing Uber that they don't need you. If you're 84% of your work is coming via AI, what the fuck am I paying you for? And on top of paying you, I still have to pay this bill for AI that some of you motherfuckers are using $500 to $2,000 a month. And even the motherfucking CEO burned through $1,200 worth of tokens in 2 hours. So what the fuck am I paying you for? Oh, you're paying them to train AI. That's what you're paying them for. You're paying these idiots to try to make their job easier. The jobs that they have, the jobs that they've gone to college for, the jobs that they have trained for. They want to kick back and depend on unreliable AI to do their fucking jobs. But you say that the people who can't find jobs, the jobs that AI has already made obsolete, you are saying that these people are the lazy ones. You don't want to pay your drivers enough money, or knowing that how expensive the gas has risen in these past 5-6 months. But you want to pay engineers the rate that they're being paid, and you want to pay AI who are doing these engineering jobs. But you don't want to pay the drivers who do the task that your company says it will do. It will go pick up people and it will drop them off at their destination. But these people are not getting paid. The people who are completing the mission of your whole company are the ones who are not being paid, who are being ignored. But AI isn't. AI isn't. Now, do you think that Uber is going to buy more tokens since they have exhausted their years amount of tokens that they had planned to use in 2026? They have exhausted those tokens in April. Do you think that Uber is going to buy more AI tokens? Is what I want to know. Or do you think they're going to be like, no, this isn't working out for us? Oh, do you think that Uber is going to recognize the union that their drivers want to form because they have so poor they have so poor pay and so poor working conditions? Do you think that Uber is going to pay attention to the actual job drivers to get the job done? Now, I would be remiss if I didn't remind you that Uber actually has enough money to pay that charlatan who claims to have made $11,000 for the no tax on tips bullshit. They got enough to promote her and make commercials about this lying ass bitch and send her to the White House and pretend like she saved $11,000 on no tax on tips, when in fact she wouldn't have even been eligible for no tax on tip because of the petty amount of money that she herself said that she made working for Uber. She said she saved $11,000 because allegedly she was tipped $11,000 by customers in doing her Uber job. She said that is the same amount that I make for working at Uber. So we are to believe that Uber pays her $11,000 and she got $11,000 worth of tip. That's $22,000. She wouldn't have even been had to have paid taxes if she made $22,000. And now, and when people start listening to her talk out of her own country bumpkin, no teeth having mouth, then she won't. People need to stay out of my business. I don't know why people. No, bitch, you put your business out here on the street, and people are. Quickly deciphered that this was some bullshit and lies. But this is what Uber has the time to do. How much did it cost Uber to set this bullshit sham up? Is JD Vance investigating Uber for this fraud? Huh? Is this bitch being investigated by JD Vance? Is Uber being investigated for this fraud? Okay. Where was I? Okay. Uber is not alone in reassessing its approach to AI usage. At Duolingo Management, a reverse course on a policy that had tried employee performance evaluations to AI usage after staff raised concerns that the metric rewarded tool adoption rather than actual results. So you're rewarding us on us using the tools, but you're not giving us any rewards on the fact that these AI tools are useless. And that's why we don't use them. So us who use this AI tools, us lazy motherfuckers who don't do the research, don't know how to do the research, depend upon misinformation from AI, get rewarded. That then us who know that what AI is generating out to us is a far cry from the standards that we have to actually do our jobs correctly. And AI cannot assist us in this. And therefore, we are doing our jobs without using this fucked up AI. And we're getting penalized just because we don't use AI. AI that does not help us do our job proficiently. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Performance evaluation to AI uses after staff raised concerns that the metric rewarded tool application rather than actual result. It felt like rather than being held accountable for the actual outcome, we were trying to just push something that in some cases didn't fit. Duolingo CEO Louis Von Ahn said in a podcast interview in April, according to Business Insider. Are companies rethinking their AI push after seeing the bill? There's another. Let me see. Let me see.
Axioms that we're going to talk about that I think everybody latched onto, which made me think about the conversation we had. Of like, what would be the silliest way you'd max your tokens?
I can't remember what the example you brought up was. That was like,
I don't know, put in like your lunch order every day and analyze it or something. That would be fun.
Mine was I would take every Slack someone sent me, put it into Claude, or have an agent put it into Claude and say, "You are Miles." Just to respond to a Slack that's like, "Hey, can you meet in 5?" or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But people are apparently checking the weather using their Claude bot.
Sure. This would be a very Miles application for it as
Absolutely.
well. You're a weather nerd. You're into that
weather.
stuff.
Weather's great. I think so again, story around how many one company, as reported by Maddie, had spent $500 million on tokens in a single month. Rumors are that it's a certain company with a 3-letter cloud product. And then the question was like, so do you think that in this case, Anthropic on the other side, do you think they booked that as a $6 billion in ARR? even though it's a one-time monthly and it's not going to happen again. But I am loving this whole genre of reporting around all the different ways that companies, and it feels like, inside of a typical tech company, right? You've got your technical folks, your product, your design, your finance teams, and like it feels like the finance teams are doing a run here after first quarter books close, getting into Q2, being like, you guys are using how many tokens? Like there was really not a concept from different parts of the business on how expensive the compute was going to be if you are telling people to go token max. And now you have businesses sometimes, kind of putting their name behind it, sometimes more anonymously being like, oh yeah, we're blowing through this budget and it just isn't making sense anymore.
Yes. Well, I have been, I posted on LinkedIn just saying the whole thing was really dumb, which seems really obvious.
Yeah.
To me, and I think to us, that it is dumb.
Token maxing, that is.
Token maxing is dumb.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense that companies are realizing that. I mean, I'm happy that they're realizing it relatively quickly. That it doesn't make.
But your United States government is telling you it is so important that we win the AI war. And you hear nothing about the failures of AI and the cost of this implementing AI into businesses to the detriment of human workforce. And the company being able to produce what they say that they are producing, as in Uber, producing people to come up and take you where you need to go. They're not allowed. They're having to reconsider hiring these people. Make any of this make sense? And this goofy motherfucker with all of this giggling and laughing, I failed to see what's so cute or funny about this story. Oh, I'm so unaffected. The conveniently unaffected people who can find a joke in any of this foolishness. The only thing that is propping up our failed stock market is all of these AI and all of these big tech companies. And they actually know that what they are selling is a whole on failure. But they want AI to take over the whole United States, and it is embedded in our police services, our CIA, the FBI, the DOJ, the DOD already. AI, knowing that this is a whole failing system. But Peter Thiel says that he don't have to worry about winning over people, because he knows his ideas are so unpopular that they will never be voted in. So we have them ushered in by idiots. We will usher these failing products in by idiots, and we will control your health care. We will control everything about all the information about your life. And if you don't like it, if you try to buck up against it, we're going to make it illegal for you to even protest these data centers that we're putting in to illegally, without your consent, harvest all of your information about you. And we're just going to call it an algorithm to make it sound innocent. Okay, this link is in my description box. This motherfucker with his laughing. Let me see if I can go through a little bit.
Financial sense, nor, if your goal is to increase productivity,
Yeah.
this is not the right way to do that. I think it's pretty clear. So it makes sense that people are doing it. And as we talked about, like if the whole thesis is you have to spend less on labor because your people are more productive, but you're spending $500 million on tokens, then the math does not work in that particular case.
There was an anecdote someone was talking about, like, the new role of a CEO is not going to be managing people, it's going to be managing agents. This was like months ago, and I remember I saw that and I was like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Like have you ever met a CEO? They don't work. Like, it's not they don't work, but it's like that's not the job.
Yeah.
And it's like the Jeremy Irons scene, right? Like, what's my job? My job is to know if the music is playing or not. The job of people who lead organizations is not to like go through their emails in a more efficient way, right? It's to make big strategic decisions. And the whole notion of we're going to replace our labor with agents is bringing all kinds of leaders, whether it's ICs, et cetera, down to like the most granular level of like worker bee stuff. And it's like, that is not how companies, that is not how companies function.
Well, and again, it comes back to that's not.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to this information. Let me see what is. I gave you that one. Let me see. What else? Now, here's a story you may not have heard about. They're trying to keep it hush-hush. Kind of like they are trying to keep the story hush-hush about how Hawaii has eliminated cash in its elections. That Citizens United bill that they said that companies are people too, and corporations can donate to all of these different candidates. If you are unaware that Hawaii has made it illegal for big money to be included into their state elections, period, point blank. Now, a city in Missouri has also made it illegal for any data centers to be built in their cities. And here is the information. And they are offering any city that is in threat of getting a data center built in their city. They are giving you the way to stop that from happening. This Missouri town kicked data centers out for good. The link will be in my description box.
Hey, whoa, the data centers got to go.
Data centers are not allowed within the city of St. Charles. Today, it is finally city ordinance.
On Tuesday, St. Charles, Missouri made history, becoming the first U.S. city to ban data centers indefinitely. After sustained public pushback, the city changed its land use rules so that data centers cannot be built within city limits.
It's amazing. Like, to get this passed, I just started showing up to meetings, didn't really know how big it was until the whole community got involved. We used our voices and we defeated large corporations, large conglomerates. Our voices do matter.
The fight started last summer, and we were on the ground to cover it. Residents were furious when they found out that the city signed a secretive NDA with data center developers to build a $1 billion data center campus without any community input.
Anybody that's against this, please stand up.
After intense pushback, the company behind Project Cumulus withdrew its application for permitting.
Council members, you are well aware we are not voting tonight on the application. That's because we have withdrawn the application.
St. Charles has shown that we are a formidable community, and we have no problem taking on the still unnamed multi-billion-dollar corporation. Our question, should you try to return? We, the good people of St. Charles, Missouri, will be waiting. Yes, we will.
Last August, after months of sustained pressure, the St. Charles City Council passed a one-year moratorium on data centers. The residents knew that for ironclad guarantees, it would take a more permanent ban to keep data centers away for good.
We faced a very powerful local developer that at the end of the day, they were building this for a multi-trillion-dollar tech company. It was such a swift and powerful grassroots effort by our community that was able to shut this down.
We've worked hard to get this done. We've been contacted by communities all over the United States trying to fight this same thing, wanting to know what we did, who we contacted, how we reached out to the public to get this done. I will say it was truly a community effort.
We hope that our work here, we can inspire other municipalities who are fighting and dealing with this to keep going forward, keep pressing forward. Your health and your community come first.
Thank you for all your activism and keeping our water safe. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
And that is how you do it. And that is how you do it. That link is in my description box if you all want to know more. See, when you just say, oh, well, what are we going to do? There's nothing we can do. There's something you can do. There's something you can do. You're going to have to do what your ancestors did. You're going to have to get off of your ass, and you're going to have to make your voice be heard. You know, that's the reason why your government is surveilling you so much, because they hope that you sit on your ass. They want you to be afraid to use your First Amendment rights. They are watching you, and the only thing that they can say in this big congressional, we are afraid of the people who are protesting the data centers. But the only thing that they can say about the protesters of the data centers is that they are using their First Amendment rights. Understand. Yeah, if you lay down and take it, they're going to give you 1,000 inches of dick to eat. Understand that. Why do you think that these billionaires and these with these AI technology want to be in charge of your health insurance, of your ability to get jobs? Because they can erase you. Let's be real clear on what is going on. Why do you think there is no big push to rectify the tens of millions of people who have lost their health care, their Medicaid, their Affordable Care Act insurance? Why do you think there's nothing being done about that? Because surely, you didn't send these people to Washington, D.C. To sit and fiddle their thumbs. You know, what do you think that is going to happen? Who's going to get these jobs? Who are going to get these jobs? Who is what type of health care are people going to get with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel over the AI that has any determining factor about your health care? Who of these AI bros would you trust to have a determining factor about your health care is the question. But this is the things that their AI will be sitting over and in charge of based on algorithms. I'm wondering, will we even be able to bury people based on algorithm about what AI says about people? Will people even be able to buy life insurance based upon algorithms that has been collected by billionaires about you? Or will we just be throwing people in ditches, in mass graves, because people will not even be able to get insurance for themselves, their family members, their loved ones, based on algorithms that are calculating something about your ancestral health and all of this type of stuff? I'm just real curious. What good do you see that is coming from this? When the only good that these corporations who are buying tokens, the only people who are benefit is not the corporation or their workers, it's the AI companies who are taking money from corporations to the extent that they have to get rid of their employees or can't hire enough employees to do their actual jobs. But AI is getting paid. How is AI getting paid for Uber? What the fuck does it take to do Uber? What is it about AI you need to do to fucking Uber? I bet you they ain't gonna pay those Uber drivers no more. That the price of gas has gone up almost $2 a gallon, more. I bet you they ain't gonna pay these drivers no more. I bet you they're gonna ignore these drivers, as in with every other company. They've already told you that they don't give a fuck about you and they taking your jobs, but y'all still talking about what you using AI for. Anyway, that link is in my description box under data center ban. Let's move on. Now, I told you that Pam Bimbo is being deposed. She's not under oath. They do not have cameras in the room. I wonder if she still's doing her dumb theatrics since there's no camera there for her to perform for Donald Trump, who she was doing all that performance for when she sat before Congress in these old hearings and acted a stone cold, ignorant ass, dumb bitch fool. I wonder if she's performing like that. Now, there is one way to find out. While there are no cameras in the room, there are some people who have come out and they are sharing what has been going on in the hearings with Pam Bimbo. Let's find out. Y'all want to go? Let's go. Let's see what's been happening with Pam Bimbo. Shall we? Yeah, we shall. Okay. Here we go. This is the AP. This is live outside the house as Pam Bimbo testifies on the Epstein files, particularly. Just the Epstein files. I'm pretty sure there are more questions that could be asked of this dumb bitch, but they're particularly asking her about the Epstein files. This will be in my link under the Bimbo Speaks. Oh God, what happened to the clip? Let me see. Hold on, let me see what happened to the clip. Oh, there it is.
Hello, I want to thank everyone for being here today. This will be our 13th interview thus far in the Epstein investigation. We'll be having former Attorney General Pam Bondi. This is the second time she's come.
I don't know why this is messing up. Hold on. Here we
find out. Those are the questions that we're going to have. We're going to go to the first.
Here we go. 13th interview. This is the interview because James Comer has decided that he will not swear in Congress for these meetings. And he's doing what he calls these round table events so that he cannot swear in Congress. And what is talked about is not under oath. But I do believe that there are copious notes by some type of reporter that is going to have verbatim what is being said in these what they are calling round table meetings. This is the reason why she is not sitting in the wells of Congress is because of this lying sack of shit right here, James Comer.
Correctly, what the Attorney General said, the former Attorney General, was that they had turned over all the documents that they can legally turn over. Now, we're going to find out. Those are the questions that we're going to have. We're going to go to the first hour. What documents remain? Why haven't they been turned over? We're going to try to determine whether or not, there could be more documents legally turned over. I want every document. I don't want anything held back. And I think the majority of the committee is the same way.
Does that answer satisfy you, though, if some documents are still always withheld?
Well, I don't know. We're going to find out, and we'll come out and tell you what she said. We'll release all the transcripts, and if anyone is lying to Congress, that's a felony. So,
Mr. Chairman, this is voluntary when she was subpoenaed. Are you describing it as voluntary after the subpoena?
she's coming in. She didn't do like the Clintons and take 7 months to come in. I mean, this is she could have fought it. She could have fought it.
So he says she's voluntarily coming in when she was subpoenaed. Did the Clintons come in? Yes, the Clintons did come in. She could have did like the Clintons and came in and swear to speak under oath in front of a camera. She could have did that as well. She could have done that. But she didn't do that. She didn't do that like the Clintons. And when the Clintons said that they wanted it to be on camera, who said no? You said no. You said that you didn't want the Clintons to testify live on camera. Because you were afraid what would happen live. And if it happened live, you dummies wouldn't have been able to put your head together and make up an excuse of what happened actually live. But that's what the Clintons offered to do, and you refused, and you denied their request to do their sit down under oath live. I'm so glad that question was asked of this fucking fool.
There's just a dozen leads in the files, and these people cannot.
She could have fought it. She could have fought it.
There's just a dozen leads in the files, and these people cannot be brought in under transcribed interviews. Can you ensure that they would please be brought in under oath?
If you lie to Congress, it's a felony. So it's we're bringing them in. We're bringing people in that have never been brought.
So no, I'm not gonna bring them in. I'm not gonna make them swear under oath. What's so hard? If you lie to Congress, it's a crime. So what's so hard at putting them under oath? No, he is refusing to put her under oath. That is what he's and understand who's refusing to have her talk under oath.
In the floor. She could have fought it. She could have fought it.
There's just a dozen leads in the files, and these people cannot be brought in under transcribed interviews. Can you ensure that they would please be brought in under oath?
If you lie to Congress, it's a felony. So it's we're bringing them in. We're bringing people in that have never been brought in before. Most of the people, what I find fascinating about this is we brought in Epstein.
If you lie to Congress, so we're bringing them in. He has nothing to say. There's no answer to her question. Will you bring them in under oath? These people. So we're bringing them in. We're bringing them in. Her question was, can you ensure that you will bring them in under oath? Did you see this dumb shit?
We're bringing people in that have never been brought in.
They would please be brought in under oath.
If you lie to Congress, it's a felony. So it's we're bringing them in. We're bringing people in that have never been brought in.
So we're bringing people that have never been brought in before. So we're bringing them in. What's the answer to the question? Where's the answer to can you bring them in under oath? There's no answer.
Been before. Most of the people, what I find fascinating about this is we brought in Epstein's top assistant, we brought in Epstein's lawyer, and we brought in Epstein's accountant. They were never interviewed by the people who were.
You brought in Epstein's accountant. Did you bring in Epstein's banker, the new Don Jr.'s new father-in-law? Did you bring in him and ask him why is it that you didn't flag these accounts that seem suspicious? Why didn't you flag these transactions that you, as his personal banker, should have been doing? Why is it that these young girls were paid off by Epstein's and none of the people did their fiduciary duties in flagging these suspicious payments? You know, like Don Jr., father-in-law, the personal banker of Jeffrey Epstein, did not do. Let's continue.
Supposedly investigating Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. How do you not interview those three people?
But these people need to speak under oath.
Yeah, we're
Chairman
going
Comer,
to line of this.
can you assure us that today we will get information from Pam Bondi about why the files were released in the manner that they were released, specifically the redaction process? Survivors' names over and over and over were exposed, yet we see time and time again perpetrators' names have been redacted when they shouldn't have been.
Well,
are we going to get some answers about
I
that?
hope so. Those are questions we're going to ask. And you know, we're doing this. We want justice for the survivors. We do. We've got Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert and you got the Democrat members. Everyone has gone to great lengths to try to get this far. And I hope that you all will see many of these people have never been interviewed before. I don't know how that can even be possible. So we're going to bring them in, and we're releasing every transcript. You'll know everything that's been asked, and if there are questions at the conclusion of this that weren't asked that you all felt should be.
Oh, you know how it's possible that many of these people haven't been questioned because you guys have blocked it. You know exactly how many of these people have not been interviewed.
Yes, then let us know, and we will get those questions answered. We're going to do everything in our ability.
Chairman, bottom line, Epstein is gone, but there are many people that were on the island. There are many people that were involved that have not been brought to justice. Is that what you're hoping to bring?
We're going to do everything we can. We want to bring people to justice. If anyone was involved in these hideous crimes, they should be held accountable. We're doing everything we can. And remember, these crimes occurred decades ago, some of them. But all along the way, I think the one thing that we can say with confidence thus far is the survivors were failed by the government. And I hope that we can do the best that we can do in getting answers and getting the truth to the American people, trying to provide some type of justice for the survivors. And if there's any way possible to hold people accountable, that's what we want to see happen. So, well, we thank you for being here. And again, we will continue communications. And if there are questions that aren't asked, anything you're not satisfied, let us know. And we'll do everything in our ability to get answers from you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all.
Ladies, are you satisfied with what he said?
Well, yes, I appreciate that they were bringing in people that the government has not brought in before, and that the Department of Justice and FBI were not willing to take these leads. There are leads. And so we're hoping to get to some truth and accountability. This is what matters. The American public and we deserve the truth. That's it. That's all about the truth.
And again,
now these are Epstein survivors.
there are a number of people out there that have never been interviewed, that have never been brought to justice. And you want to see that happen, every single one of them?
Every single one of them. And if they say, I don't remember, we don't believe them because we remember. And those questions need to be asked again. And if there's a deflection, we are going to get to the bottom of this. Us as survivors, we deserve the truth, and so does everybody else.
We have you state your name, please.
Charlene Rochard.
And the spelling of that.
SHARLENEROCHARD.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll through. There are gonna be several people that step up to the mic. Let's get to it. Bear with me. Let's get to it. Who is this?
It might be a little after 11:30, maybe like 5-10 minutes, but still around that time.
Bear with me. Here we go.
Heads up. They're coming out. Heads up. Heads up.
Great, thank you. I'm Ranking Member Robert Garcia, Oversight Democrats. I'm going to have some remarks, and then I'm going to have a few folks are also going to give some remarks, and then I'll answer any questions. We are on a break right now from the interview, and so I want to make sure that we answer some questions. Let me just start by sharing with the American public where we're actually right now in this transcribed interview. To repeat what we continue to say, it is a shame and a disservice to the American people that this interview is not being recorded, videotaped, and then released to the American public, and that she was not brought in under oath. We continue to say that this should be recorded by video and released to the American public, and we're also asking that Chairman Comer immediately release the transcripts that right now are being done throughout today. I want to also say just a few other things. It is clear in just this part of the interview that she continues to push all of the investigation and the blame on acting AG Todd Blanche. She said, and I quote, "Acting AG Blanche was managing the entire investigation," end quote. And what you're going to hear.
Oh, for Pam Bimbo threw acting Attorney General Todd Blanche under the bus. So she's like, fuck it. You wanted my job, you got my job. So she threw him under the bus. But bitch, that does not negate the fact that wasn't it your job to be over all of this? Let's get to the Ghislaine Maxwell and who was in charge of getting her transferred. I can't wait to hear the answer to that. Let's go. Because we do know Assistant AG Todd Blanche at the time was the one who got on a plane and went and visited and interviewed her. Something that was way below his pay grade.
In that interview, and what she's saying here in her words and remarks is that it was Todd Blanche, the current acting AG, that was leading the Epstein investigation, and quite frankly, all of the mistakes that we saw, the redactions, not protecting survivors, she continues to push that back onto the acting AG, Todd Blanche, who, by the way, was Donald Trump's former personal lawyer. I also personally asked the former AG 5 times and 5 different questions about her conversations with President Trump, whether he directed her at any given time on the Epstein files, what he knew, what he asked her to redact or not, and she refused to answer any questions about President Trump. In fact, she said that she would not speak or respond to any questions that had anything to do with President Trump. It's also interesting that sitting next to her is DOJ counsel, somebody that currently works for the Department of Justice, who on multiple occasions stepped in and told the former Attorney General that she was not going to answer those questions, and especially when we ask questions of what the president directed her to do. And so the DOJ is in there right now stopping questions about President Trump and about what happened in the release of these files and why so many survivors were doxxed and their information, of course, released to the public. And let me also just say, finally, before I turn this over to Liz, to Ms. Stein here, we asked questions about Ghislaine Maxwell and the transfer. And again, she referred those questions to Todd Blanche in the Bureau of Prisons. So let's be clear, we have many questions for Mr. Blanche and for the Bureau of Prisons that yet Republicans are refusing to ask. Why was she transferred to a less secure facility? And Ms. Bondi claims to have no knowledge of the actual transfer, no knowledge that it was a less secure prison, and didn't know about it until she found out after the fact, and then will refuse to answer additional questions. So let me introduce Ms. Stein, of course, to a brave survivor with some remarks.
Thank you. My name is Liz Stein. In 1994, I was 21 years old and a senior in college when I met Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. For years, the Epstein case has been treated like entertainment in this country, a spectacle, a conspiracy theory, an endless cycle of headlines and social media focused on sensationalism and powerful people, Republicans versus Democrats, conspiracy versus cover-up, left versus right. That framing is wrong. What has gotten lost in all of this is the reality of what this is, the crime of sex trafficking. More than 1,000 vulnerable girls and young women were identified, groomed, trafficked, and abused in a system Jeffrey Epstein built around power, coercion, exploitation, and access to wealth and influence. And I think many Americans still do not fully understand what that means. Because if they did, they would never accept the way that this case is being handled. The partial release of the Epstein files, riddled with redactions that expose identifying information about survivors while protecting perpetrators, is not just bureaucratic incompetence. It reflects something much deeper about whose dignity our Department of Justice is prioritizing and whose suffering it is willing to sacrifice. And survivors see that clearly. For survivors, privacy is safety. Privacy is dignity. Privacy is the ability to rebuild a life without being re-traumatized by the very institutions that are supposed to protect us. And while survivors' identifying information was exposed, the Department of Justice is simultaneously telling the American people that there are no additional investigative leads worth pursuing. We can see with our own eyes when we look at the Epstein files that this is not true. These files contain leads, names, connections, friendships, patterns, witnesses, travel records, financial relationships, and institutional failures. In any other sex trafficking case of this magnitude, those leads would be aggressively pursued. But in this case, they have not been. And as citizens of this country, we should all be asking why. That is why people are losing trust in our Department of Justice. Not because this case is politically inconvenient, but because Americans understand instinctively that justice should not operate differently for wealthy people who have power. And that is also why many of us have serious concerns about today's proceedings. This should not be a transcribed interview. Former attorney Pam Bondi should testify under oath on video with a full transcript and recording released publicly, because the American people deserve transparency, and accountability cannot only exist when it's politically convenient. For survivors, this has never been about politics. It's about whether we, as victims of this crime, matter when the cameras are off. It's about whether the United States Department of Justice is willing to fully confront a massive sex trafficking operation when wealthy and powerful people are implicated. That should concern every American. Because if the law only applies selectively, it is liberty for some, but not justice at all. Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Melanie Stanford.
Good afternoon. I'm Melanie Stansbury, and I represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. And I want to be clear today that one thing is clear, that this is absolutely a cover-up and a smokescreen to prevent Pam Bondi from having to testify under oath pursuant to a congressional subpoena. Now, let me explain a few things about what we have seen in the room. First and foremost, if Pam Bondi was complying with a congressional deposition to testify under oath, Department of Justice attorneys would not be intervening and essentially trying to stop her from answering basic questions about her conversations with Donald Trump, with the administration, and trying to claim that she does not have to answer questions. In fact, as the ranking member said, she has been asked multiple times about the Trump administration, about her conversations with the president, about her conversations with other administration officials. And when asked specifically about a conversation with Donald Trump, one of the Department of Justice attorneys intervened and said that she did not have to answer the question because it was a voluntary interview, and said, in fact, quote, "We don't even have to assert privilege because of that," and said, quote, "We refuse to provide answers." That means that the United States Department of Justice is intervening on behalf of Pam Bondi to stop her from answering questions about what happened in the cover-up of this case and her conversations with Donald Trump, and is asserting that she does not have to answer questions because she is not required to, because she is not being deposed under oath. This is a cover-up. This will be remembered as the largest cover-up likely in American history, and it is clear that this interview is a smokescreen to try to show the American people that they are complying while they are not. Now, I also want to point out that there is not a single Republican in the room besides the chairman. For a supposed group of individuals who care deeply about justice for the survivors, not a single Republican could be bothered to travel across the country today to come hear testimony from the former Attorney General. Not one. They're not here. And they won't allow this interview to be put on video for the American people to see. And that means that only those of us who are allowed in the room can tell you what is actually happening. And what I can tell you is that when we started to ask difficult questions, Ms. Bondi got combative. The DOJ attorneys began rolling their eyes. They started intervening, and they tried to shut down any questions about the president and this administration's handling of the files. Now, I just want to end by saying this could all end now. The administration could end this by releasing the 3 million files they still have. In fact, Pam Bondi confirmed that they had 6 million files in their possession and have only released 3 million. She said that today. They could end this now by investigating crimes of known perpetrators that we have seen in the files. They could end this now by turning the Epstein files into Epstein trials, and they could end this now by actually speaking with survivors. And Pam Bondi herself said today that she had never spoken to a single survivor. She said that multiple times in the room today. So it's time to end the cover-up. Now, I turn it now to Mr. Maxwell Frost of Florida's 10.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. Every single one of our questions got one of 3 responses. 1, not to my recollection, or I don't know. Number 2, talk with Todd Blanche. I don't know anything about it. And number 3, I am not talking about Donald Trump. Those are the 3 answers we're getting to every single question that we asked. This actually really reminds me of our deposition with Alex Acosta, where he obviously didn't know anything about anything going on in his own damn office. It's the same thing with Pam Bondi. Either she doesn't know, or Todd Blanche was running the entire operation. So, okay, we're going to want to talk with Todd Blanche. And we're hoping that not just Chairman Comer, but every single Republican on this committee join us in issuing a subpoena to him, because we need to speak with him, because obviously the former Attorney General is in that room placing every single thing on the current acting Attorney General of the United States. And the fact that you won't answer any questions relating to Donald Trump is disgusting and shows just how much of a cover-up this is. First, it started off with her saying, I'm not going to talk about any private conversations I've had with the president. Okay. Then we ask questions about the president generally. And she says, I'm not answering any questions having to do with the president at all. Anytime we ask for any information relating to this administration, somebody from the Department of Justice sitting right next to her puts their hand over the mic and tells her, do not answer that question. It's disgusting. It's a cover-up in broad daylight. And what they're hoping will happen is we'll walk out of here and we'll stop, but we're not going to stop. We are committed to this. We're not going to let this story die. We're not going to allow the survivors to just go off, right? And people forget about this. We're going to keep fighting for justice. We're going to talk with Todd Blanche. We're going to talk with people, and we're going to get the answers here. We're not going to let this story die. It's a disgrace what Pam Bondi's doing in that room. It's the same thing she did months ago when she came to try to evade the subpoena by coming in and speaking to us, not under oath, but we're going to keep this fight up.
I got it. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm Summer Lee, representing Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District. And listen, my colleagues have really laid it out. But what we've been seeing has been a consistent theme, not just since last August, when our ranking member Garcia and I were able to help to secure the initial subpoena to actually bring in the DOJ to release all of the files to.
Hold on. I'm going to start this over. I am Charlie Kirk. What the fuck I give a fuck about Trump talking now? Trump is always talking. Is Trump talking about anything that is the truth? He's never talking about anything truthful. For why the fuck are you in my chat talking about Trump is talking now? The fuck out of here, you stupid motherfucker. Let's continue. Oh, I went back a little too far.
Actually, really about anything going and issuing a subpoena to him, because we need.
Let's get back to Summer Lee.
President. Okay.
I noticed all of the people who want to talk about Democrats had nothing to say, learning that there are 0 Republicans in this hearing. 0 Republicans could be bothered to come back for this hearing. Why are there 0 Republicans in this hearing? Because when the microphones get in their faces about what happened during this hearing, they will have plausible deniability. Oh, I wasn't there. Oh, I wasn't there. Oh, I was with my constituents. And we're going to review their schedules to see if these people who didn't show up on the Republican side actually had anything scheduled with their constituents instead of coming up here to question Pam Bimbo. Now, let's also recall that when they went to Ohio to question Lex Wexner, who was one of the claimed co-defenders, none of the Republicans could be bothered to go there either. And he was in the Epstein files as a co-defendant to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes in the files. But no Republican showed up there either. And I don't see anyone in this chat questioning any of this disgusting behavior from this administration to cover up the abuse of young girls.
Questions about in broad daylight, and what they're hoping.
Okay.
Not just since last August, when our ranking member Garcia and I were able to help to secure the initial subpoena to actually bring in the DOJ to release all of the files to our committee. But it has been an ongoing theme here. What we just witnessed from Pam Bondi, what she demonstrated was the fact that they believe and that they are an unaccountable DOJ that's running cover for and protecting an unaccountable president and administration. But the real problem is that while we might expect Donald Trump to move in this way, someone who has himself been named in these files, we shouldn't expect that Chairman Comer that our Congress, that Republicans here, sorry to make it political, but those folks who do have the power to actually use what influence, what tools we have with the United States Congress to actually bring about some justice right now, and to allow her to continually evade justice, to evade questions as we've seen today. It's a continuation of the indignity that they've inflicted upon our survivors, the indignity they've inflicted upon the American population, who have continuously had to watch an unaccountable justice system, a two-tier justice system in our country, and people all over the world who are looking to see if the United States will get their shit together. And the reality is that they are refusing to do that. Every step of this last year that we've gone through this process, which is, as we know, simply a renewed process here, because survivors have been fighting for justice for decades now. But since the Congress is taking up this particular fight in the ways that we've been able to by being able to press for subpoenas, we've seen over and over and over an unwillingness of power to be accountable to people, an unwillingness of our Congress to be a co-equal branch of government with the presidency, with the executive branch, and surely an unwillingness for us to actually demonstrate that we are willing to put women, children, and survivors first. So right now, what we want to do and what we're committed to doing is continuing to keep the main story, that justice doesn't have a time limit. And no matter how much Comer or Bondi or Blanche or Trump or whoever else fights back against the truth coming out, that this fight will continue, that we will not relent until every single person who has been impacted, not just by Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, but everyone who's being covered up or hidden, and the fouls or in people's personal knowledge that they won't share truthfully with us, and whether they're unofficial transcripts or real depositions on the record. That it's important that they recognize that not only will the oversight dim, but also the American people will not back down. The survivors have not and will not back down. And it's important that we continue to keep this pressure on them and remind them that legally binding subpoenas must be answered. So right now, Pam Bondi is in non-compliance with 2 for herself. And we have to keep putting that pressure on them. And we'll continue to do that. I will hand it over now to Rep. Superman.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the survivors for a second. Thank you so much for your words. They're here today. They were with us in Palm Beach a few weeks ago when we had a hearing there. And they've asked the Department of Justice repeatedly to meet with them. They've asked repeatedly to release certain files to them, at least, such as their witness statements. And so we asked Pam Bondi about that today. She said it wouldn't be appropriate to meet with them for some reason. She said she doesn't recall anything about them asking for their witness statements. She's forgotten all about all of their requests, even their public letters. It seems as though she was ignoring survivors this whole time, which is pretty astounding to me. So I also asked her pretty basic questions about whether she knew about any effort to look for Donald Trump's name in the files before they were released. And she says she doesn't recall. And so I think it wasn't that long ago before they were releasing the files, yet somehow she doesn't recall things that happened about 6 months ago. And then finally, going back to Ghislaine Maxwell, she said she wasn't involved at all in the process of moving her to another prison, but she wasn't sure if that new prison was even a lower security prison, which factually it is. She also thinks that the Bureau of Prisons is doing a great job. And she said that these things happen all the time because you want to protect some of these folks in prison. Well, that's true, but we really need to protect Ghislaine Maxwell right after she just talked to Todd Blanche about the Epstein files. Seemed too coincidental, but again, she doesn't recall a lot of other things. It was a really unimpressive and disappointing interview today, but not surprising to us. We're not going to stop our investigation. I'm going to hand it over to Yasmin Ansari.
Thank you. Today's ridiculous charade has made astonishingly clear that the United States Department of Justice has been weaponized by Donald Trump to ensure that the most massive cover-up in American history is carried out. And this is being enabled by Republicans in Congress, led by Republican Chairman James Comer and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. This entire Epstein investigation led by Chairman Comer has been absurd. We have 2 legal subpoenas against former Attorney General Pam Bondi.
And Comer is talking about she showed up here voluntarily.
She is supposed to be here under oath today on video answering questions for the American people about her role and the direct hand that she had in this cover-up. Instead, she is deflecting, she is refusing to answer questions, and she continues to refuse to answer specific questions about the President of the United States. It is so clear that whether it be Pam Bondi, whether it be Chairman Comer, whether it be Mike Johnson,
I wish there is some acting troupe that gets together when this transcript is released. And I wish somebody like Drewski will depict Pam Bimbo and act out of the transcripts that come forth from this hearing that they are trying to keep private. We know what a fucking idiot Pam Bimbo acts when she's questioned by Democrats. So it should be a full-on show since there are no Republicans there even questioning her. This should be quite entertaining. Is there a possibility that some people can get together and section off the questions and answers that were given and actually embody the people who were speaking, who were asking the questions, Bimbo, or how is Pam Bimbo a former member of the DOJ, but there are actually DOJ attorneys sitting there advising her. Huh? Who's paying for that? Is she paying for DOJ lawyers to advise her while she's sitting in front of Congress not answering her subpoena?
The entire party is terrified of Donald Trump and his retaliation as it pertains to the cover-up of the Epstein files. It's unacceptable. It is notable that she continues to blame Todd Blanche and Kash Patel. We, of course, want to speak to them, but I think what I want to make clear to the American public and to everybody, and to the survivors especially, is that we are not going to give up on this. I think Republicans believe that they just kind of carry out these nonsense transcribed interviews and don't show up here today, that we will forget about this. We are just getting started as it pertains to accountability and justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and any other rich and powerful person in this country who perpetrated these crimes. I'm going to hand it over to Congressman Min.
Thank you very much, Congressman Dave Min out of California 47. And yes, I have an election in 4 days, very important one. Robert Garcia and I have our primary elections on Tuesday of next week. But I'm here rather than in my district because this is important. We looked the survivors in the eye last year and made a promise to them that we would try to find justice, find transparency. Republicans also looked these women in the eye and did not follow through. It's a shame that James Comer is the only Republican here today because this is the biggest cover-up in history. This should not be a partisan issue. Now, as a former law professor, as a lawyer, I just want to note a couple things that struck out to me. One, the fact that she is appearing as a voluntary witness today, voluntary interview is important because she is claiming that she's not complying with the subpoena. She's claiming the subpoena doesn't apply to her because she's no longer with the Department of Justice. But at the same time, as has been noted, you have 2 DOJ attorneys in there. If it's a personal interview voluntarily done, why is the DOJ so heavily involved? It doesn't make any sense unless you think about it as a cover-up. The second point I want to make, we got a pretty important insight today into the flimsy basis on which they're not turning over 3 million documents right now. They claimed earlier that Pam Bondi claimed that documents that were related to any decisions to prosecute or not prosecute were being withheld. That is all the witness interviews, it's all the evidence gathered by the FBI. There's a reason we don't have the smoking guns, we don't have the video evidence, we don't have the witness interviews because they're claiming that's all privileged. And that is a bunch of bullshit, pardon my language. Any lawyer will tell you that our subpoena, whether it's the oversight subpoena or the Epstein Files Transparency Act, specifically applies to these types of documents. We don't have the real information here because they're claiming it's all privileged. And that is something that we need to get to the bottom of. This, I think, actually exposed a lot of what they're doing right now. We need those documents. This should give us the basis to overturn them. And I'll just echo what everyone else is saying in there. It's a sham in there. They are not answering any questions. And with that, I want to turn it over to my friend, James Walkinshaw from Virginia.
There's a terrible and tragic irony at play this week because behind these closed doors, the Department of Justice is continuing to cover up and stonewall the courageous Epstein survivors like Liz here. At the same time, the same Department of Justice, led by Harmeet Dillon and others, Todd Blanche, has launched an investigation into E Jean Carrol and those who supported her successful legal effort that found Donald Trump liable of sexual assault. So the message to survivors of sexual assault from this administration and this Department of Justice, sadly, is quite clear this week. I want to share one piece of information, one question that the former Attorney General did answer. She was asked specifically about Donald Trump, President Trump's awareness of Epstein's crimes before they became public knowledge. She had the opportunity to say Donald Trump certainly wasn't aware of those crimes. She had the opportunity to say, I know Donald Trump, and if he was aware of those crimes, he would have done something. Instead, she said, I don't know. She also said, quote, this is a direct quote, I'm not certain of the extent of his knowledge. I think that's a perfect example as to why we need Pam Bondi under oath in a real deposition for the camera so the American people can see and hear her answers to our questions for themselves. I'll turn it over to the ranking member.
A couple of questions, and it's continuing, so we got to keep going. So a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. So is your next step to try to subpoena Todd Blanche to compel his testimony? And if so, do you have the votes, and when will you do it?
Well, the request is going in today to Chairman Comer to have Todd Blanche come in. It's clear that after this testimony, that is where a lot of the information is. And so we're going to, if he doesn't do it, we're going to force a subpoena and try to get votes, but he's got to come in.
Kash Patel's name was also mentioned. Will there be a subpoena for him as well?
Kash Patel is number 2 on the list. So Kash Patel was multiple times when we had questions about the FBI, the way the files were redacted, why redactions were done so messy, and why there was doxing that happened in certain cases, survivors. The finger was pointed back at Kash Patel, and so we have a question for Kash Patel as well. Yes.
Can you characterize a little bit more the justice on this intervention? Did AG really take the lead on that? How many times did they intervene?
Well, first, let's be really clear. It's bizarre that the DOJ is also, someone from the DOJ, a high-ranking official, is also acting now as personal counsel to Ms. Bondi. And so the fact that the DOJ is essentially stopping Ms. Bondi from answering questions and interjecting, particularly around President Trump, is incredibly concerning. And the fact that it's being allowed by Chairman Comer is also.
The DOJ is in this administration, all of them are Donald Trump's personal attorneys, being paid for by we the people. They're not the attorneys for the United States. No, they think that they are Donald Trump's personal attorneys. Let's be real clear.
As concerning. She stopped Ms. Bondi multiple times from answering questions and interjected multiple times, especially as related to President Trump. One last question.
What is oversight then's next step to compel more release of the Epstein files?
Look, I think there are still 50% of the documents have not been released to the public or the Congress. We're going to continue to get those. That's breaking the law, the Transparency Act, and the subpoena. And of course, we have additional subpoena ideas on the way. We're going to go back in, guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see if there's any more. I'll turn the volume down. Let's see if there's any more. What's going on here? Let's see what's going on here.
Because those guys all took off. Oh no, Greg's still there. I see his hand. Scratch that. Greg, you can go over.
Nothing's going on. Let's see.
Right, I don't really like to make whatever. That gets a lot better. Yeah, right? She would be like 15 now or something.
Let's see. Is there anything else? Nothing so far.
So we are
Anybody else?
done.
Done?
No, we're done.
Thanks, Jim.
They locked the committee doors, so.
There then.
What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Okay, that appears to be it. This link is in my description box under Bimbo Speaks. So let's talk about Donald Trump awarding $600 and some million to Trump Jr. Was that a wedding gift? No, that was a defense contract for a business that Donald Trump Jr. has never worked in, excelled in. He got busted quite quickly. Let's talk about that.
Dad, I really want a $620 million deal. Can you help? And according to an actual Pentagon official.
Now, the Pentagon official said that your president intervened above all other people who could have received this contract. Your president personally intervened to make sure that Don Jr. got a $624 million defense contract.
Describing the moment that Uncle Sam decided to hand $620 million in deals to a 2-year-old startup. Quote, "The call came from the White House. We have to get this done." Absolutely incredible, because I've never gotten a phone call like that, ever. But mostly it's because my dad isn't Donald McGrift. And the startup that got this $620 million deal, Vulcan Elements, a company out of North Carolina that deals in rare earth magnets, the stuff that goes in drones and missiles and war parts. And the part that smells especially fishy. About 3 months before the Pentagon announced this deal, this $620 million deal, Don Jr., Donald Trump Jr.'s venture firm 1789 Capital, quietly bought a stake in Vulcan. And we don't know the size. And ProPublica did an investigation that found out that of the dozens of companies the Pentagon was looking at, Vulcan's was the only deal personally kicked off by a top aide to the president. And that aide, Peter Navarro. You remember Peter Navarro went to actual jail for blowing off a January 6th subpoena. And while he was in there, you know who came to visit him? Don Jr. brought him a fruit basket of loyalty. Navarro dedicated a book to Don Jr. for having his back when it was up against the wall. And on Don Jr.'s streaming show, Jr. called Navarro my boy. And
Navarro, when you were in jail, your back wasn't up against the wall. Your back was bent over some masculine peen. Let's continue.
Implemented the jacked physique that he built up in the clink. Navarro called Don Jr. brother. I just picture them having that aggressively awkward bro hug that Rocky and Apollo shared while frolicking at the beach in Rocky 3. Absolutely insane.
When I met your now sweetheart the first time was actually in a federal prison down in South Florida. I had to come visit my boy. He got pretty jacked in prison, though. I mean, I was like, damn, Peter, you look ripped. I may have to let the Democrats have their way with me. You know, maybe not for too long, but a couple of months just to get jacked.
When my back was against the wall, you had my back, brother. And,
it's my honor, my friend. Thank you.
And really, I think about it, and I've got to get this straight here, because Don Jr. visits his buddy Peter Navarro in prison. Navarro gets out, becomes the president's senior counselor, and then makes the phone call that turns Don Jr.'s little investment into a jackpot. And how much money are we talking here? Well, let's look. Vulcan was worth around $200 million when 1789 bought in. And after this deal, around $2 billion, a tenfold increase in just weeks. The Pentagon staff worked late nights, no sleep, to ram this thing through because they were told it was a White House priority. So now everyone's shocked, I tell you, that anyone would see a problem with this. The Pentagon swears, I'm quoting, outside affiliations, investors, or political connections play absolutely no role. None. Zero. It's just a coincidence that a deal with Trump's kids' money got the express lane, while some tungsten dealer in Nevada had to hire a lobbyist, begged for a meeting, and still got rejected. And that guy in Nevada told reporters, actually told them, that he was hoping you didn't need to be, quote, chums with Trump Jr. to get funded. Buddy, you just answered your own question. In the White House, for all of this, they say it was just working at Trump speed. Trump speed, the new turbocharger, where if your last name happens to rhyme with the president's, your paperwork moves at the velocity of a teenager in one of those commercials where they bypass the purple stuff and rush for the Sunny D. Everyone else gets to fill out the form and wait by the phone forever, drinking the purple stuff. Look, at this point, the fraud father isn't even being subtle, because there's already another one of these deals in the pipeline, a Florida drone parts company that Don Jr. advises on and owns a piece of. It's up for a Pentagon loan. The family that grifts together stays liquid together. And the best part of all this, the best line out of any of this story, comes from a Republican, Richard Painter, who was the ethics lawyer in the Bush White House. And he said, this is our money they're spending. This is corruption we pay for. We're paying for it. We are paying for that corruption with a smile. The magnet and the missile, you bought it. And then you also bought Don Jr. a new yacht and some Colombian Bam Bam while you were at it.
There you go. There you go. Where's MAGA? Where are the MAGA idiots? Nothing to say about that, huh? You want to talk about Democrats? What about Democrats? At least Hunter Biden actually painted the picture that he sold. It may have garnered more money because of his celebrity as being the son of the president, but at least he painted the picture. Where are all these MAGA ignorants? Nothing to say? Nothing to say, MAGA ignorance? Where you at? Oh, okay. I thought not. I want to finish up with this thing that I started about AI and Peter Thiel and the like. But before we finish up, I want to, while I talk about what is going on with these billionaires, I would be remiss if I didn't share with you what is actually going on with the American people. You know, how your for-profit media just carry the waters and repeat bullshit about the stock market and all of this and that, and have no creative thought. Actually, no thought whatsoever about what is really going on in America. So let me share this with you real quick. Here we go. If you are unaware of these facts, these simple facts, I wanted to share them with you. New Fed report warns of remarkable increase in households skipping meals due to increase in household due to food costs. Let me get to this story for you. Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. There's been a remarkable increase over the past few years in Americans struggling to put food on the table, and that's likely contributing to record low consumer sentiment readings. A new Federal Reserve Bank of New York research showed on Wednesday. The New York Fed updated a 2020 analysis of the disproportionate financial effects of the pandemic with newly collected data from its closely watched survey on consumer expectations. Researchers found that a greater share of Americans have become more food insecure than they were in May and June of 2020. May and June of 2020 was during the pandemic. Now, people are more food insecure now than they were in the pandemic. Okay, and are now dipping into savings to cover expenses, struggling to access food, have kids who, Jesus, they have kids who miss meals or are receiving food donations or federal nutrition assistance, which is SNAP. And the thing about SNAP, I think I held with that fucking nasty bitch who's over the Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, came out happy to announce that over 4,000 people have left the food stamp assistance, and and that just shows that we're doing a great job. What is great about the job that you're doing? We know that they haven't gotten jobs because there are no jobs out here. So she said that 4,000 people have left food stamps assistance, and that's great. We don't know exactly what happened to them. We don't know if they were caught on waste, fraud, or abuse, or if they have finally got positions to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, says Brooke Rollins. She has no idea. She has no idea if they've died, if they have moved, and since they moved, they have not been able to register, because everybody on food stamps had to re-register for food stamps after they pulled that stunt last November and denied food stamps to people, even though they had the funds, talking about it was a government shutdown. And also during that little event, Brooke Rollins made it mandatory that everyone who was on food stamps had to requalify. So you notice she didn't put that in her little caveat of reasons why possibly 4,000 people have left food stamps. No, she didn't remind you about that little trick bag. No. Okay, so let's continue. I just wanted to be sure that we are clear on what we're talking about. We find a remarkable increase in food insecurity, but particularly along lower educated and lower income households and households with young children, New York Fed researcher wrote on Wednesday. Those same groups also reported increases in pessimism regarding their financial well-being. While not necessarily causal, the association between rising food insecurities and increased pessimism points to a potential explanation as to why U.S. consumer sentiment has been in the dumps despite economic data remaining fairly resilient, if not quite strong, researchers noted. Income and wealth inequalities have long persisted in the U.S., but Americans' economic experiences and outcomes have become increasingly uneven in recent years. So we have been faced with economic we have been faced with economic disparities for decades. and it has only gotten worse. So why do you think that it has gotten far worse in recent years, as we have billionaires coming out saying you will have nothing and you will like it? We don't have to get your vote, and you will like it. We're going to do what we want to do. We're going to force change upon you. We're going to make you. You're going to act good because you are being surveilled. So, why do you think that it is far worse now that these motherfuckers are saying this shit on when they know they are being filmed on camera? Saying this shit. I got one more I want to show you about the guy Larry Fink from BlackRock. What he said. He said that he's gonna make you conform. Let's continue. Income and wealth inequality have long persisted in the U.S., but Americans' economic experiences and outcomes have become increasingly uneven in recent years. This dynamic, frequently referred to as the K-shaped economy, is defined by a widening inequality in how low and high income Americans spend, earn, and build wealth. So, this link is going to be in my description box. Please avail yourself to that if you didn't know. What else shall I put it on? Hunger. Hunger in the back. Thank you. I apologize. I had to reboot my computer. Don't you hate when that happens? No, Rochelle. This isn't a Republican channel at all. I had to drop out and reboot my computer, and now we're back. The link that I just shared with you is going to be in my description box about hunger in the United States. It is in my description box under what is the title? Hunger in the U.S. That is where you can find that link to that story. As your government keeps telling you about how good the stock market is and all of this, is your for-profit media talking about this? If not, you can go peruse it for yourself. Why don't you? Don't say that I'm misleading you or giving you misinformation or wrong information. Hold on. Please check that out for yourselves. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure there's nothing else. Now, it appears that okay. Let me okay. Let me share with you. Let me share this with you. We miss the Pam Bimbo showing up for her hearing, surrounded by Rhythm Nation walking bitches who act like they were in the Janet Jackson video doing their somber march along with Pam Bimbo. There's Harvey Dillon, one of the people who is over civil rights in the Department of Justice. She showed up with Pam Bimbo. Is Pam Bimbo a dyke? I've never seen a Pam Bimbo wear any feminine clothes, shall I say. I'm just curious. Okay, there's Harvey Dillon, who wanted to charge Don Lemon under the Ku Klux Klan Act for showing up to a church to interview the people. She wanted to charge a black man on Dr. King's Day under the Ku Klux Klan Act, which was to punish Ku Klux Klan members. Harvey Dillon, who is over the Civil Rights Division at the DOJ. Let that sink in. This is who has shown up with Pam Bimbo for her subpoena that she did not honor. She said, "No, I'm showing up here voluntarily. I am not addressing any subpoena. I'm here voluntarily." So let's get into this. Yes, I'm sharing it with you.
Former Attorney General Pam Bondi, who you saw right there, was supposed to have her deposition taken under oath by the House Oversight Committee this morning. She refused to take the oath. She said she wouldn't do it. She was represented by a Justice Department lawyer who also made sure that Bondi would refuse to answer any questions about Donald Trump at this Oversight Committee hearing this morning. Also, Pam Bondi refused to be filmed for what was supposed to be an under oath film deposition. So no film, no under oath. refusing to answer questions about Donald Trump. Every time she was asked a question about Donald Trump's connections with Epstein, the DOJ lawyer would interject and say, we're not answering any questions whatsoever about Donald Trump. She's refusing to answer those questions. When Bondi did speak, she threw Attorney General or Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche under the bus. She said, go and ask him. I didn't do it. He did it. The Department of Justice is a big, sprawling organization, so I wasn't involved in a lot of things regarding the Epstein files. You can't blame me, blame others, blame Todd Blanche. She literally threw Todd Blanche under the bus. And folks, we have a copy of Pam Bondi's opening statement, which I'll share with you in a little bit as well. But here's one of the things that she said, quote, as the head of a large department with broad responsibilities, I did not lead every aspect of this effort or conduct that document review myself. I delegated oversight over this process to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Again, throwing Blanche under the bus right there. And so as this deposition or non-deposition was supposed to take place, Bondi, James Comer, the Department of Justice, which for some reason has one of their top lawyers in their personal capacity representing Pam Bondi, which seems entirely inappropriate to me, said no filming, no under oath. The Democrats put out a statement regarding that, saying Pam Bondi was at the heart of a White House cover-up, and Oversight Chairman James Comer is working to hide her testimony from the American people by not filming it. The survivors and the American people deserve to see her respond to the real questions about her mismanagement and cover-up of the Epstein files. So right as Pam Bondi pulled this stunt, no cameras, no under oath, Democratic Congress member, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, went out and spoke to the press. Here's what he had to say. Play this clip.
I just want to be very clear that we continue to be incredibly disappointed.
Okay, I played that. I want you to see some of her actual statements that they are giving out. We watched this. Go back in my video if you want to see that.
Before we start today, I want to reiterate what I have said many times regarding the department's handling during my tenure as Attorney General of the voluminous materials that are now commonly known as the Epstein files. I am proud of the department's record and committed to transparency under my leadership. We demonstrated an unprecedented commitment to transparency in the department's search for a collection and review of the Epstein files, producing nearly 3 million pages of material, including thousands of videos and hundreds of thousands of images. There, you're still covering up perhaps the most damning and damaging. Also, you can't really brag about transparency where you refuse to testify under oath. You refuse to actually sit for a legitimate deposition, and you refuse to be filmed. So your words ring very hollow. And by the way, the Epstein survivors were waiting outside in the hall. I'll show you what they had to say in a moment as well. Bondi goes on to say, these investigations span 4 administrations dating back to the Bush administration and have gone through the Obama administration. Got it. You're going to blame Obama and Biden. We don't need to hear that. She goes on to say, this was enormously complicated and labor intensive. To the best of my knowledge, the department produced everything under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Our diligent and good faith effort to collect materials ensured that all potentially responsive documents that could be reasonably located would see the light of day. All department components were directed to submit any potential responsive records with broad responsibilities. I did not lead every aspect of this effort or conduct that document review myself. I delegated oversight over this process to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. The team of professionals who reviewed all of the materials that we collected assured me that only the materials that were withheld were either non-responsive, privileged, or duplicative. Pause right there. So you, at this charade of a deposition, are claiming that all of your communications with Donald Trump are privileged. So by the same logic, Bondi, you were withholding those 5 to 10 million documents under the same frivolous privilege grounds. You're claiming some sort of executive privilege that Donald Trump's cover-up of a child sex trafficking ring doesn't have to see the light of day. You're quite
Yes, that's exactly what she's claiming. This link is in my description box under Pam Bimbo. Let's see what else. I don't want to play all of his commentary. I just want to hear the statements.
Been committed to accountability and transparency. Our stance has always been that the department stands ready. Just one bit, but it is interesting. She throws Todd Blanche under the bus, isn't it? She goes on to say there were redaction errors, but since day one of the process, this department has been committed to accountability and transparency. Our stance has always been that the department stands ready to review any potential evidence of criminal activity.
Thus, she is not honoring her subpoena. They want to talk about all of the transparency they are willing to partake in. But when it comes time to her testify, to honor her subpoena and testify under oath, she refuses. Get the fuck out of my face.
Regarding Epstein and his associates, I would like to repeat what I shared before the House Judiciary in February. I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. No, you've spent your entire career covering up, apparently, for a child sex trafficking ring, in my opinion. And that's what your damn legacy is going to be. That was her opening statement. Back to Democratic Congress member Garcia. She said that throughout this process today, this informal interview, if you will, she continued to push all of the investigation and blame on Blanche. Play this clip.
It's also interesting that sitting next to her is DOJ counsel, somebody that currently works for the Department of Justice, who on multiple occasions stepped in and told the former Attorney General that she was not going to answer those questions, and especially when we ask questions of what the president directed her to do.
Okay, we heard that. Is there anything else that we didn't hear? Let's see what was here.
Congresswoman Stansberry posted the following. The Epstein saga could end today. Trump's DOJ could release all the files. They could arrest known perpetrators. They could pass legislation to help survivors. But instead, at every turn, they're blocking this investigation, breaking the law, and choosing to protect the president and Epstein's friends. It's time to turn the Epstein files into the Epstein trials and deliver hard-fought, long-overdue justice for survivors. The Oversight Dems account also posted, under Pam Bondi, survivors' names were unredacted. One survivor's name was mentioned over 500 times. Epstein's co-conspirators, they were redacted. These weren't errors, they were choices. Choices that protected the powerful and put survivors in danger. We heard from an Epstein survivor, Danny Bensky, outside of this charade, this farce that Bondi was doing. Here's what she had to say. Play this clip.
Okay, I played this earlier. Okay, so I just wanted to see any posts that have come out
because of the incredible
this little private hearing, this private round table, which was supposed to be the former Attorney General, the top cop of the land, responding to a subpoena. I guess she did what many of these spineless Republicans they want to have
Bondi's testimony,
everything on their own terms, and they don't want to follow the law.
Website outlines the timeline starting in 1996 and shares voices of dozens of survivors at survivorsisters.org. I want to plug that as well because of the incredible courage that they've shown, unlike Bondi, who refused to be video, who refused to go under oath, because at her last hearing where she was under oath, this is what went down. I'll remind you, the Dow is over 50,000. Here, play this clip.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow.
They're laughing because you're a joke, bitch. They're laughing because you're a pathetic ass joke. That's why they're laughing.
Is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at Midas.
Okay, that's that. Speaking of the Dow, and speaking of your 401k, I started out talking about your 401ks. Let's resume that topic, shall we, real quick? Yeah, let's resume the topic of what they're trying to do to access your 401k because these tech billionaires have essentially ruined the economy. Let me see. Let me get to this. And now they're going after your 401k. 1 second. Here we go. Let's start here. Let's start here. Who is BlackRock? I've already introduced you to BlackRock. It's one of the biggest private equity companies. It is the biggest private equity company in this country. Now, this is what the CEO Larry Fink has to say.
It's an investment criteria for you.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
Behaviors are going to have to change, and at BlackRock we're forcing behaviors to change. We're not going to have to convince anybody. No, we're going to force your behaviors to change. You're going to give up that money.
54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year. And what we're doing internally is if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted. Okay,
we're doing the same thing.
And so it's just you have to force behaviors, and if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted. And that's not recruiting, it is development, as Ken said. And ultimately, it's still going to take time, but I am just as much shocked as Ken is that we have not seen more opportunities. And we're going to have to force change.
All right, you guys, so here goes another video.
It's an investment criteria for you.
What does that mean?
Well, behaviors are going to have to change.
What does forcing your behavior means? Let's see who is BlackRock.
I'm standing in front of the headquarters of a company that manages $10.6 trillion. That's more than half the United States GDP. Last time, I covered the shady consulting group McKinsey, and you guys asked for one thing: BlackRock. So here we are. BlackRock is the subject of a lot of speculation online.
There is a robot that controls more wealth than any country on earth.
Really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink.
They have stock in 95% of Fortune 500 companies, and they've been hired by governments across the world to help manage financial crises and even just conduct normal operations. That means that pretty much any time you interact with the economy, working, buying stuff, driving a car, going to the bank, anything, you're interacting with BlackRock. But that $10.6 trillion isn't really their money. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. And they
anytime you do anything, you are involving BlackRock. If you did not know, now you know. Let's see. Let's go forward a little bit.
Which studies show they are not very good at.
Just ignore the folly of short-term speculation. It's absolutely a loser's game.
So if the market is up 7% today, so is your index fund. Instead of constantly buying and selling shares, which is what active investors do, BlackRock and these big asset managers buy a little bit of every company and just hold on to those shares basically indefinitely. This is called passive investing, a title that affords them a lot of legal leeway they otherwise wouldn't get. They own so much that it would be impossible for them to sell out of any one stock in one fell swoop.
When you think about passive, we can't sell a company as long as they're in the index.
Most of the money asset managers manage comes from institutional investors. Those are big pension funds, insurance companies, nonprofits, and university endowments. But while all the money they manage is in the hands of these big institutions, most of it actually comes from regular people. Public and private pension plans, 401k owners, college tuition, and anyone with insurance. This is your money and the companies it gets invested in. This is your money, but it's from regular people. Public and private pension plans, 401k owners, college.
Who? 401k owners, college tuition. Why is this important?
Tuition and anyone with insurance. This is your money, but it doesn't always come back to you. Nor do you get a say in the companies it gets invested in. While they want good returns on those investments, contrary to how we think about Wolf of Wall Street type investors, that's not actually their main goal. They make their profits from the fees they charge their clients, not from the returns on the money they invest. I spoke with Benjamin Braun, a professor of political economy at the London School of Economics. He's written a bunch of studies on asset managers' role in our economy and society.
The fees you earn if you're BlackRock increase when the market value of the assets you manage increases. You maximize your assets under management by winning over new clients and by getting the clients that you already have to give you more money.
When you have $10 trillion, you have to put them somewhere, and eventually that somewhere becomes everywhere.
Universal ownership refers to holding shares in the entire universe of firms listed on the stock market. The big three asset managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, hold a sizable but still relatively small stake in all listed corporations.
BlackRock is a 3 to 10.
Okay, why is that important? Let's move forward. I was talking about your 401k plans. What was I or was I not? Mike Cook, go sit your ass down somewhere. If you want to go see them, if you want to say that Democrats are doing anything, is there anybody who's connected with the prosecution of these files? We do know that James Comey's daughter prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell all the way to prison, where Todd Blanche then and put her in a cupcake prison. You want to say all of these people are fake, but with all of the whole heads of the Department of Justice, have any one of them said that these women are fake? Mike, are you that stupid? This has nothing to do with the Democrats. This has everything to do with the Republicans. Has one DOJ person, liar, Pam Bimbo or Todd Blanche came out and said that any of these Epstein survivor who are women now are fake? You are no. What I'm saying is you're dumb. I'm saying that you're stupid. Let's continue about why you should be concerned about your 401k. Here we go.
If you're worried about saving for retirement, watch this clip carefully.
My own view is that it's not going to end well. And some of these new structures may not be liquid when things go wrong and they need the money.
That's Josh Harris, a private equity billionaire, warning you about a rule change his own industry just pushed
Hold on.
and is on the brink of winning.
But I fear.
Hold on.
If you're worried about saving for retirement, watch this clip carefully.
My own view is that it's not going to end well. And some of these new structures may not be liquid when things go wrong and they need the money.
That's Josh Harris, a private equity billionaire, warning you about a rule change his own industry just pushed for and is on the brink of winning.
But I fear that people don't really understand the risk.
Harris is talking about the Trump administration's plan to crack open the trillions sitting in American retirement accounts to private equity, private credit, and crypto. Savers don't want this. In fact, some of the financial industry doesn't either. One hedge fund manager told journalist Bethany McLean, when I see them going after 401ks, we know it's over, and they're going after 401ks. So why is it happening? Because private equity is in trouble. To understand why, you have to know the basics of how private equity works. Someone gives them money, they buy companies, they restructure the companies, and sell them for a profit. Take a fee that's often pretty high and pay everyone back with what's left over. That payout's called a distribution. Right now, distributions are running at half of normal times. A big reason is that PE firms overpaid for companies during the boom.
If you remember, I reported on to you maybe a month or two ago, that big firms like BlackRock and Blackwater, they were restricting the amount of money that you could request from your plan. They took it down to 5% because they were afraid that there was going to be a run on the bank, that the economy was so bad. And now they want to dolly up and use and abuse your 401k to prop up this AI, the AI bubble, to make it appears like the stock market is doing so well when you understand that AI is a bunch of bullshit. But they want to use your money to prop it up. Your pension plans, your 401k.
And selling now means taking a loss. This year, Bain estimates that the industry is sitting on 32,000 unsold companies. That money is stuck. Even in good times, private equity locks your money up for years. You can't pull it out on demand. The people who used to fund it, like with Harvard and Yale's endowments, are walking away, which means the industry needs a new pool of money. That is where your retirement savings come in. 401ks have been so far off limits to private equity. The rules say your employer picks what you can invest in, and you can sue them for bad options. Trump's proposed rule changes that. If an investment in the private equity or credit goes bad, your employer won't be held responsible as long as they follow a process. But you will lose out. It gets worse. Morningstar, a firm millions of investors use to rate funds, says it's not even sure how to evaluate these new investments. Unlike public companies, they're opaque. Private equity industry and its sister industry, private credit, have wanted this for years, and they couldn't get it. Luckily for them, the crypto industry was running into the same problem. People aren't flocking to crypto like they used to.
Bitcoin has plummeted it's down 13% just today. So it has dropped from 109,000 to 63,500.
Together, they lobbied a president with significant crypto holdings. And now they're on the cusp of getting access to 401ks. But they're not over the finish line yet. The rule isn't final. There's a public comment period before it takes effect. Go to the link in our bio to tell the administration what you think.
Okay, the link is in my description box. Go to the link in the description box. The link is in. Go to the link and let your voice be heard. I wanted to share that with you. I'm pretty sure. I'm not pretty sure of anything. Just in case you didn't know what your government is up to. They're bleeding you dry to assist millionaire and billionaires. Let me see. And if you're not aware of the new Trump Latin America agenda, your president is trying to take over the Western sphere of influence by invading all of these poor South American countries. If you are not aware of it, this is their next plan. You think that the war in Iran was something there? Of course, they're going to say that all of these countries are drug cartel countries, of course, as he let out one of the biggest drug cartels, the former president of Honduras, and commuted his sentence. So under the guise of drug trafficking and stuff, they're going to take over a lot of these South American countries. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on one second. There are some more things I may or may not want to share with you. We talked about lavender. Let's get into lavender a little bit more. The Peter Thiel tool that I don't want to talk about it. I defer to Israel about that. Let's be a real clear on what Project Lavender and Project is it Daddy's Home or Where's Daddy? Let's delve into that a little deeper, shall we?
The War and Peace Report.
So, why you should be concerned about this? Because this Palantir is in all of your own government agencies, and if you don't see the problem in this, okay, don't see it. Stay blind and let it sneak up on you being a dumbass.
I'm Amy Goodman. The Israeli publications Plus 972 magazine and Local Call have exposed how the Israeli military used artificial intelligence known as Lavender to develop a kill list in Gaza that includes as many as 37,000 Palestinians who were targeted for assassination with little human oversight. The report is based in part on interviews with 6 Israeli intelligence officers who'd firsthand involvement with the AI system. 972 reports, quote, Lavender has played a central role in the unprecedented bombing of Palestinians, especially during the early stages of the war. In fact, according to the sources, its influence on the military's operations was such that they essentially treated the outputs of the AI machine as if it were a human decision. A second AI system, known as Where's Daddy, tracked Palestinian men on the kill list. It was purposely designed to help Israel target individuals when they were at home at night with their families. One intelligence officer told the publications, quote,
do you remember Peter Thiel stuttering when he was asked specifically about lavender? Now, do you look? Can your eyes tell you why specifically Peter Thiel stuttered when he was asked about the lavender question, and he deferred to Israel? Are you clear on that? Let me see. Okay, let me share this with you again, just in case you weren't here earlier. I'm going to go back and I want to share Peter Thiel being asked a question about Project Lavender. Shall I? Let's share that again.
Lavender by the IDF in. What do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not
That wasn't the question. She didn't ask you about you being on top of anything that was going on in Israel. She asked you about the killing that was going on in Palestine by Israel using lavender. So all of this, all of this, and to reframe a question that was not asked of you. Let's go back one more time.
What do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything, and I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right, and that's sort of the perspective.
What do you think about the use of artificial intelligence?
So broadly, Israel gets to do what it wants, and broadly he agrees with Israel, and broadly he gave Israel the technology to do it. Broadly, let's continue. We've talked about this many times here.
We were not interested in killing operatives only when they were in a military building or engaged in military activity. On the contrary, the IDF bombed them in homes without hesitation as a first option. It's much easier to bomb a family's home. The system is built to look for...
That was the first option, to bomb them in their homes with their families, because it's much easier. Do you see this big gaping hole? Do you see this big gaping hole in a residential area? This is brought to you by Palantir.
Them in these situations, they said. Today, we spend the hour with the Israeli investigative journalist Yuval Abraham, who broke the story for 972 and Local Call. It's headlined Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. I spoke with Yuval Abraham yesterday and began by asking him to lay out what he found.
Yeah, thank you for having me again, Amy. It is a very long piece. It's 8,000 words. And we divided it into 6 different steps. And each step represents a process in the highly automated way in which the military marked targets since October. And the first finding is lavender. So lavender was designed by the military.
Lavender is lavender, is what he's saying.
Its purpose was, when it was being designed, to mark the low-ranking operatives in the Hamas and Islamic Jihad military wings. That was the intention, because Israel estimates that there are between 30 to 40,000 Hamas operatives, and it's a very, very large number. And they understood that the only way for them to mark these people is by relying on artificial intelligence, and that was the intention. Now, what sources told me is that after October 7th, the military basically made a decision that all of these tens of thousands of people are now people that could potentially be bombed inside their houses, meaning not only killing them, but everybody who was in the building, the children, the families. And they understood that in order to try to attempt to do that, they are going to have to rely on this AI machine called Lavender with very minimal human supervision. I mean, one source said that he felt he was acting as a rubber stamp on the machine's decisions. Now, what Lavender does is it scans information on probably 90% of the population of Gaza. So we're talking about, more than 1 million people. And it gives each individual a rating between 1 to 100. A rating that is an expression of the likelihood that the machine thinks, based on a list of small features, and we can get to that later, that individual is a member of the Hamas or Islamic Jihad military wings. Sources told me that the military knew, because they took a random sampling and checked one by one. The military knew that approximately 10% of the people that the machine was marking to be killed were not Hamas militants. They were not. Some of them had a loose connection to Hamas. Others had completely no connection to Hamas. I mean, one source said how the machine would bring people who had the exact same name and nickname as a Hamas operative, or people who had similar communication profiles, like it could be civil defense workers, police officers in Gaza. And they implemented, again, minimal supervision on the machine. One source said that he spent 20 seconds per target before authorizing the bombing of the alleged low-ranking Hamas militant. Often it was also it would have been a civilian, killing those people inside their houses. And I think this...
So, based on the history of this country, based on the propaganda that is always put out in the United States of America against the Muslim or religion, against Black people, how do you think this administration the United States of America will use this same technology that they possess in all of their governing agencies? I just want to be clear with you. You can watch that link. The link is in my description box. I will put that link in my description box. Let me see if it's already in there. Okay. This will be in my description box under AI deaths. If you want to watch the entirety of that, I hope you do. It is quite interesting. So let me. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna add that to. I will add that to my description box. I don't know what is going on. I'm gonna have to go because I'm going to have to restart my computer once again. I appreciate you all for being here. Please hit the like button on your way out. I'm back. I apologize. I'm gonna have to get out of here. One last thing I want to share with you why you should be concerned. There have been many instances right here in the United States where they are depending upon AI, and these are the things that are happening with their dependence on AI here in the United States. All of these links will be in my description box. Just Google it. Man arrested wrongly because of AI. Just go through YouTube. There's that man. There's this man who was in a casino in Reno, Nevada. I distinctly, a woman arrested due to AI facial recognition is exploring civil rights claim. False AI facial recognition. Police in Tennessee released the grandmother after AI facial recognition led to her arrest. That is one that I read. AI wrongly arrested him. The $10 million mistake. Arrest white from record after AI lead police to wrong suspect in Lee County. This is the Lee County suspect. So I just wanted you to know. Now, this one right here. AI software tells cop to arrest the wrong guy. This is the guy in Reno, Nevada. Now, the civil rights lawyer is someone who I definitely enjoy.
Got it all figured out. And
he tells you all of the legal things that are wrong with these arrests. And this man had multiple items of ID. Multiple items of ID. And they looked at his ID and said, well, AI says that you're this man. So, we're going to have to book you until we can figure out who you are. And we're going to have to arrest you and take you in as a John Doe until we can figure out who you are. So, this is what we have to look forward to. Because Peter Thiel said he cannot wait to convince you to vote for what he wants for this country, which he was not born in. We're not going to get into that. Which you were born in, which your ancestors enriched, which Black ancestors made America what it is today. Because prior to them bringing Africans over here, these white people could not even survive in the United States of America. But you got Peter Thiel telling you, fuck you and your democracy and whoever made this country great. I'm taking over. And this is what I'm doing. Fuck your democracy. Fuck your vote. Fuck what you want for your country. Here, I'm a Johnny-come-lately from another country telling you that I don't give a fuck about democracy or you. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button on your way out. I appreciate your support. If you are not a member, I have a membership that you can join. Please avail yourself to all the bells and whistles that comes with the channel. And that's it. I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. Now, what's going to happen next week? What's coming on? What's going on next week? Lisa, shut up. I knew one of you would come out of hiding, Lisa. What is Yerkin? What is Yerkin? Is that some trailer park talk? Yerkin. What is Yerkin? Okay, so I'm not sure what is going to go on this weekend. We already got the the whistle that a ceasefire agreement, not even a ceasefire agreement, the talks of a potential ceasefire agreement that may be potentially taken up has potentially been put on 4547's desk, who says he won't sign it immediately because he need time to realize if he's going to potentially the dog whistle to milk of the stock market one more time. The dog whistle to make the stock market do what your president wants it to do. You know, the same shit that has been going on all throughout this war they have been doing strikes back and forth, and Iran has been striking them back. But they say they're doing offensive strikes, but they can't tell you what was done to make them do offensive strikes, because they cannot tell you that they had to defend themselves for any particular reason. Notice. Now, this is the same old bullshit. I'm not sure if I will even be here on Monday, but if there is some news, you can be guaranteed that RonyiQ will be there to go over the news. But right now, it's the same old bullshit that is going on. No news. Let me see. Oh, there's a lot of stuff going on in New Jersey. These protesters, people are going on hunger strikes over the incarcerations. They struck Andy Kim, a sitting senator, in the face with pepper spray. It's going down over there. And Don Holman, ham face John Holman said, I will force feed these protesters who are on the hunger strike. I will force feed them. So it's a lot of going on. Go over and check out Status Quo. You guys know,
right before they grabbed me, I was actually giving
they are actually tasing people who are running along railroad tracks. They're tasing people running along railroad tracks. You know you can die. You know you can fall unconscious, hit your head on a railroad track and die. But this is what ICE is doing.
Right before they grabbed me, I was actually giving an interview with you guys.
I can't say what I am right now. Go ahead. Yeah, a lot of people don't like sharing their name. All right, here we go. He's tasing this guy. I think that's the guy I interviewed. Yeah. Here they come again, pepper spraying people. They're picking him up. Hey, we're journalists. Covering what the corporate media.
I'm gonna drop this in my description box. These are who Mark Wayne Mullen refuses to say if these people will or will not be at your polling stations in the midterms. These people right here. This is the ICE. That will be, may or may not be at your polling station. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your weekend. Yeah, that's it. It's just... those are the important things that I want to talk about. Things that are going to affect you and how you live your life. All of these other red herrings and all of this stuff that's going on. If your elected officials are not doing anything, if your judges, if lawyers are not doing anything now, 30-some lawyers did come together and said that there absolutely should be something done about that slush fund that 4547 is trying to give away to the January 6th criminals. 36 federal attorneys, former federal, I think formal and current federal attorneys, said that the judge in that case should definitely do something, because the initial lawsuit against that Trump had against the IRS was some bullshit, because they had no adversarial adversarially relationship. So therefore, this was a wink and a nod type of lawsuit. I'm going to sue you, and then we're going to pretend like we're settling, and we're going to settle for 1 point. I'm going to sue you for 10 billion, and we're going to do a wink and a nod, and we're going to settle it out of court before the judge throws it out of court, and we're going to agree on $1.776 billion. You know, we got to try to make it patriotic with this fake patriotism, 1776. This is what we're going to do. So it seems like that slush fund is on its way out as well. So I hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your week. I appreciate you being here. Please hit the like button. Double tap your phone screen to like, or you can dislike it as well. I just meet me back here on Monday. I will be here. I hope you have a great remainder of your. And if you're not a subscriber, I would like to thank all of my new subscribers. If you don't like me, subscribe anyway. Subscribe anyway, because what you do know is that there's a lot of stuff missing from mass media news reports, and I'm just trying to give you some information about some things you may not have heard about. That's all I'm here for. So I appreciate your support, and I hope you have a wonderful remainder of your week. Bye-bye.